Right. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay, good.
Right.
All right.
Hey, think we'll conquer the fishbowl thing?
I don't know. I don't think so. The recorded version of this for sure. The live version of it, I'm not so sure.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I mean, we'll give it the old college try, as it were, right? Oh my God,
So we didn't actually discuss what we've got 13 seconds, but so I'll just take your lead on everything. And I haven't actually printed out the categories for the Purple Bowl of Destiny, but we might not be able to, we might not need that for tonight. I'll get it done next week.
No. All right. Ooh, why did this all of a sudden? Oh my goodness. It like chopped everything down for whatever reason. I look red. I got some sun today.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my hat. I feel like I look a little
Exposed.
Glossy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't got the light turned off. That's why. That should take the sheen off my head. Excuse me, I'm going to be coughing all the way through this. Is there a way of getting out there?
All right. Well, we're just gonna wing this today. I think I need to turn one of these lights in a different direction. I feel like I have too much saturation going on behind me.
Possibly. Is it just? Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. It's because pointing directly out this way. Let's see if. See if that little bounce helped a little bit. Okay, I'll work with it.
Right.
So, yeah, apparently. Well, first of all, let's say welcome everyone to the Underground Sound.
Hello.
We are live, and we are going about our usual ways here. We'll get to the show structure and the format in a second here. There is a law preventing streaming, live streaming especially, of copywritten material. And I think that might be what it has to do with, because anytime, even when you and I were on here the other day, and we were kind of like trying this out, we had the same problem. And then when I logged off and I just tried to do a record section when StreamYard was going, it was recording in that fishbowl effect. However, when I was doing a screen recording, then it was not doing that. So I have to think that it is something digital completely.
Okay.
I don't really think it's a problem with the mixer or anything of that nature. I just do think that it's completely 100% digital, somehow digitally monitored and distorted, because I even tried going through one computer into the mixer with the headphone jack output, and then the mixer going into another computer, but using that computer to play the music, this one to record it. And even then, it just wasn't going.
Right.
So a bit of an interesting thing, unless it is a problem. Maybe next week we can try this again. We could try this with a Firefox browser instead of a Chrome browser and see if that works.
Okay.
It didn't seem to work the last time, when we were using the Edge browser for Microsoft and everything like that, right? So that wasn't working. So it's just something we'll have to figure out. Either we'll continue to do the show live, or we'll just pre-record it. Either way is fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, live would be nice, but if it's pre-recorded, we get better sound quality.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's got to be better.
Sound is what the show's all about, right? So, I mean, it's in the name, for crying out loud, Underground Sound.
Well, it's underground. Maybe it should sound like it's underground. Maybe that's the aim.
I guess, maybe. Underground in an aquarium. So, hey, Carl, cheers to you, my friend.
Yep.
You got that glass of wine out already. So, Here we go.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, started early.
Mm, I did as well.
Lovely. Music and Marlowe goes well together. So, tell us about the format of the show and what we're aiming to do. What's the plan?
I don't know. We haven't really had all that many discussions this week about this, have we?
No.
So,
no.
yeah, Purple Bowl of Destiny will definitely make a return.
It will make
There
a
it goes.
proper return. Nothing in it at the moment except for pretend categories, but I'll get that sorted.
Well, even pretend categories are fine. So,
Yeah.
I just figure we'll kind of like hop around and take a look at stuff.
Sounds
and then
good.
just kind of give a a bit of a social commentary on those.
Yeah, I mean, I sent some, as you may have seen, a couple of batches of songs that I was just going through on Slaps, doing the usual thing, going through every 9 hip hop and rap songs to every one other kind of song.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I think the same sort of ratio applies as it did before, but there is definitely some good music out there. When I say good music, I'm saying it probably subjectively for my taste, but I think I try to be objective in listening to music and thinking, has that got merit in some way or other, whatever the style or genre it might be in? And there's some really creative, talented people out there that should be heard more. And if
Indeed.
I guess the aim of the show really is to get people to tune in, have their stuff played, tell all your friends about it, and share it, and let's grow the show together. It's the tagline of the Underground Sound Show is going to be putting the us in music or into your music. And that's the whole thing. It's about us, isn't it, really? Because the music industry doesn't seem to care too much about us.
The industry music
So
does
we
not
need
care
to.
at all.
So we need to help each other as a community of artists and musicians who are trying to, get at least one song heard and successful would be good.
Absolutely. And I would go and I would ask for anyone that's actually watching this full show or for that matter listening to the full show to listen to the full show, is because think about if we were reviewing your music personally as a musician and it came on maybe a half hour into the show or something like that, you would definitely want people to stay tuned and listen to that. So do somebody else the courtesy and just listen. You might hear something that you like.
Yeah.
Once again, music is subjective to the individual, and we understand that completely. But there are some amazing, talented musicians out there. Carlos Fandango being one of them. Rookie Rogers, if Rookie ever hops on, he's another one.
He's great.
And we're talking about between Carlos, Rookie, and I, we're talking about 3 completely different styles of music. And I think that we're all doing pretty well, I should say.
But I was going to say, just to sort of add to what you said there, it's talented musicians out there, but they're all around the world, and the nature of the program is it's global. Ultimately, anybody can tune in, and it's not just UK and USA.
Absolutely not.
And the artists on Slaps, I mean, funny enough, the ones I've been picking out and sending across to you, I think one was German, one was from Argentina. There might have been a Brazilian guy. It's the people from all over the place, and actually, I like a lot of the stuff that's coming from foreign shores, not just outside of the Anglosphere as such, but because it seems to be quite creative, and there's a lot of sort of retro vibes as well out there. But people are really creative. There's some good stuff, some good productions. But I think it would be great because we could try and share what we think are good tips and advice as well, can't we? And
Yes.
comments on songs to make people think about and mindful of things that they can be thinking about when they're producing their own material and writing songs. So I think it's a useful thing to do. Is just and it's only opinions at the end of the day. It doesn't count for much really, but it could help somebody just to sort of change their view on the way they approach music, maybe.
That's really all it is, and that needs to be understood. It is opinions. It's my opinion, it's Carl's opinion, it's Rookie's opinion, and ultimately it's your opinion. You're going to listen to the stuff that you like. You're going to like what you like, and I mean, there's just not too much straying away from that. But once again, is if you take the show for what it is about global music promotion, and that's what we're trying to do, not just for ourselves, but for all the musicians that we come into contact with. And Here, let's pause real quick, because what
Yep.
I'm going to do, since this window kind of messed up on me, so I shut off the screen recording,
Right.
and I'm just going to restart it just to make sure that I get all of this in this entire screen, because I could just trim this down post editing later on.
Okay.
You know, if it
Just
shrinks a little bit when we bring the screen up or whatever the case may be. So let me just get that going here.
Just get some more air in here as well.
Yeah.
I've got the window open, so I'm going to be mindful of oiks walking past, making a lot of noise. But at the moment, it's all quiet on the Western Front, and just needed some air coming in here. So because there's a lot of hot air that comes out this end when I start speaking. So
Off this end.
it's it's such a small. This is the studio. This is Box Room Studios where I make the music, and it's tiny, and it gets very hot in the summertime, cold in the winter. But it just goes to also show what you can do if you listen to some music that I've made or something, and some of the people that you hear, they're making it from 6x8 room, and it doesn't sound like it necessarily. It sounds a lot bigger, and some talented people out there can produce better than I can that just sound fantastic, and they're probably doing it from a bedroom or something.
Mhm.
It's crazy. What's possible is amazing. There's a lot that's possible. Obviously, proper productions do sound different, but they're often a little bit sanitized as well.
Well, I mean, most productions these days are coming out of bedrooms. Not if you look at the sheer fact of what you need to basically spend to live and what you need, to actually go into a studio and record a demo. I mean, the prices are astronomical. So, there are a lot of bedroom musicians. And getting back to your point for a second here with the tips and advice, we'll definitely have a section on our YouTube channel for that, tips and tricks from different musicians. It'll be nice to get some guest musicians on, obviously, and have them kind of like talk about some of the tricks of the trade that they have learned, and we'll share ours.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I find things, on YouTube, there's lots of no end of tutorials, but having our own tutorials and tips would be really handy and good because, I've picked things up in just 2 years, in the last 2 years at least. I've, accelerated my learning and knowledge mainly through YouTube and also through other musicians, like yourself, like Rookie, and my friend Nick. Yeah, they just learn so much and glean so much other people, like the ducking and the use of compression. You can hear it from the first to the fourth album that I've done so far. You can sort of almost hear the stages of what when I started using compression and all that kind of thing. So and you can get away without it, but it just makes such a difference to use certain things, ducking and stuff. It's just been made all the songs that tiny bit clearer, that 1, 2, 3% clearer.
Absolutely.
And it's those kind of tips that we can impart to people.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a young guy that I was commenting on a song on Slaps earlier, and followed him. The song it sounded almost like it's been recorded on a phone or something like that, but it's not sort of professional quality or anything. But he's 16 years old. He's starting out. He's writing songs in his own. So I just gave him lots of encouragement and a little bit of advice. And I think if the more people we can encourage into it, and they learn at a young age all these wonderful tricks and tips and things, they're going to be tomorrow's producers or artists.
Yes. Where do we start, Carl?
Where do we start?
Where do we start? Do we start with? Let's do this. Just because I was talking about this before, and I just talked with Fanny, who is the PR person for De Laurentiis, and let's start it off this way. We touched on this back when, obviously, when we were doing the show initially. We gave it up for very, very specific reasons, but now that we're back, I think that we should revisit, because I'd like to do 2 of her videos here, because this would be the original one. It's a live session, which is awesome, but she just released another video just recently, which is really super cool. So yeah, any issues? We can start this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the first show was always going to be a little bit free form as we
This-
find our feet again, because we did this before, but we kind of half know what we do. It's probably why we didn't discuss it this week, because we did it before.
Why?
We sort of slightly au fait with it already.
Well, here's our first issue now. Google has lost permission to share the damn screen. For whatever reason, I have no idea. We'll figure it out in a second. What did this thing say to do? Hold on. Go to System Preferences, unlock the screen by selecting the lock button. Google Chrome, if already checked, unchecked, recheck.
Unless we play another song in the meantime. If you've got one teed up or anything, we could do that. I can ramble for a bit as well afterwards, and then while you figure things out.
Let's go. Hold on. Let me open up my second browser here. Oh boy. So okay, so I have your where's the first batch? Batch 1. So we got Lean by Me, or Be My Home. I'm sorry.
Be My Home, yeah, by Lean.
Daisy Tones.
Yeah.
Anna Garadio. Am I saying that right?
Oh, Anna Greedo, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got a nice voice, and yeah, sort of more acoustic-y sort of based, but yeah, the productions are usually quite nice with Anna Greedo. She's got nice layers of vocals and things.
Okay.
Mhm.
Start with Lean then.
Yeah.
It's the first one that happens to be up there. So the music, you're going to hear it in the background while I try to figure out what the issue is with the screen sharing, because for whatever reason, as soon as we went live. Oh no, it wasn't even as soon as we went live. It was as soon as I took down the countdown timer, it went away.
Right.
So I'll figure that out, and here we go. Let's just listen to this one here.
So you're playing via slaps. Does that mean that you can, so that it won't open up the screen to share? That's strange. There's nothing coming through here, just so you know. Now, is there going to also be a comments feature? Oh,
Yeah, I can't hear you when the music's playing. I mean, I can hear.
There's
you.
no music playing here.
Over. Are you kidding?
No, there's no music playing. Not here, anyway. Not in my cans. That's why I was talking, because I thought, oh, maybe having struggling to get the music on.
That shouldn't be happening.
Did you press the big red "Do Not Press" button?
No, I didn't know.
I'd be lost with all that stuff. I get by with some things, but technology is not my thing.
This is just insane. Why is this? I mean, it's recognizing that it's there. Stereo. Everything's like checked here. Volume in the
Yeah, we may have to do a recorded show for the first one or two.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Don't know if there's anybody logged. I mean, do you see if there's people listening and logged in?
Yeah. We have 3.
3. Sorry to you 3.
Sorry.
Keep watching.
You guys are
it will get better.
You guys are our control group here, so let's just try this again here.
We do need your comments once it gets going.
I'm not understanding why this is just. Wait, where's the stylus pen here?
But people can comment, can't they, on the show? But
absolutely.
Are they all watching via YouTube at the moment, or do you know who they're?
We have one comment here.
Hey,
Dr. Lou, looking good. Thank you, Dr. Lou. So we're looking good. At least that's a plus for us right there. So level, we'll raise the level a little bit here. Let's see. We're not going to do that. Oh boy. Audio, multi-track, USB, audio processing. Here, I'm gonna start going through some of the features or some of the on-off things. Once the music comes on, you let me know.
Yep. I'll put my thumbs up when it comes on. It's there but quiet. Nothing.
Far away behind me. Far away.
It's very fishbowly, but yeah.
Very fishbowl, you say?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's not coming through with clarity like as if I was listening to it on Slaps right now.
Right. Well, everything just seemed to die on us real quick. Like the recording stopped. I don't know what the hell I pushed, but.
So, do you think it's a digital software thing to do with the copyright? Do you think that might be it?
Yeah.
Right.
I think that is 100% it because, like I said, when I did this on my own, then it was working fine. So it has something to do. I wonder even if it may have something to do with going from the. Well, no, actually, that wouldn't make sense because I already touched on that, right? That I thought that maybe it was an issue of going from the U.S. to the U.K. with different copyright laws, and but I mean, when I was just doing this on a strictly record basis, then it just wasn't working. But hold on, let me get the screen recording back up. Actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me figure out the screen sharing here. So what does this say? Share screen. Share screen. Just share a Chrome tab. I want to do Slaps.
There we are.
And for whatever reason, it did it now. I wonder if it'll stay. So let's just do this real quick. All right. Boom. Yeah, that's for whatever reason. Okay, we're recording again, and we are still live for those of us that are with for those of you that are still with us.
Thank you, 3.
Thank you. That's 2 now, by the way, but
All right, okay.
yes, it's a work in progress here. So, so where were we with this? Oh,
so Lian, yeah.
Let's go to here. Let's
Be
see.
My Home, I think it was.
Well, we were going to start with De Laurentiis, so let's see if this.
Yes,
if this happens now. So if we do a Chrome tab. All right. Okay. Well, this seems to be working now.
Oh, I remember. Yes.
Yeah, you remember this live session. I kind of just want to replay it. If it gets too fishbowly, just let me know, and and we'll cut it and we'll just move on to the next video because I can just use the pre-recorded version of it as an intro. So this is absolutely fantastic for anyone that hasn't seen it. You need to take a look at it. Very, very, very talented artist. Article is up about her on pulsemediamag.com. Just look for I forgot the title of it. I'll look it up though before this thing is over. So here, I'll check out the Lorenzas here.
Put your soul into the smallest things you do every day. When you think it's just a dream, if no reflection you can see. You're not sleeping in the matrix. You're a big part of a big sun. Big part of a big sun. Big part of a big, big sun. Put your soul into the smallest things you do every day. When your heart's in many pieces, ask if it is just a dream. Put this pain into your voice and let the music dry your tears. You're not sleeping in the matrix. You're a big part of the big, big sun. You're not sleeping in the matrix. You're a big part of a big, big sun. Living in the matrix, you're a big part of a big sun. Big part of a big sun. You're a big part of a big, big sun.
I got to tell you, I'm always blown away by her, man.
Yeah.
Every time I watch that, it's just kind of because you got to understand she's sampling, mixing, basically mastering, and publishing like all at the same time.
Yeah, it takes a lot of coordination and a lot of practice to get to that kind of level. I mean, you got to approach it with absolute confidence as well, because particularly when she's doing the 4 notes in time to the music and all the way up the keys, got to hit them perfectly. Yeah, very good, clever, very good. That would have taken a lot of planning.
Oh, I'm sure that it did.
I mean, the hours of work that must go into that.
I'm sure that there was more than one take on that as well. But yeah, I wanted to bring her up obviously because of just as I mentioned before, she has a new music video out, and and her music videos are getting like ultra creative. She's developing a really strong fan base. She just performed live not too long ago in Los Angeles, and she's from France, and she actually will be performing live in New York coming up soon. Excuse me. So when I have that information, I'll I'll post that. But just real quick, and then we'll go about the quote unquote, I guess, format here, right? So
Yeah, that
what
went
else what else do you have
quite.
to do?
It was fishbowly, then it went quite echoey. I don't know if you saw the comment that I've made, but yeah,
No,
basically it went yeah, sort of echoey like it did the other day
yeah,
when we tested it. So
yeah, that's exactly what happens when I try to when I'm trying to do this by myself on my end. Also, when I just hit the record button without broadcasting live, even all I got to do is hit the record button on on StreamYard, and that kind of like starts with those issues. So I'm kind of wondering, is it StreamYard? Is it some kind of copyright thing? If anybody knows about this, whenever you watch this video, if you know anything about that, please let us know, because we would just love to fix that problem. That problem's been plaguing from the very beginning, and bought a whole new piece of equipment that I thought was going to alleviate it, and it has not. And it would be great to get rid of that. So let's move along, and we'll figure all that stuff out.
you say De Laurentiis. She's not a thing to do with Dino De Laurentiis, the director, film director, like a granddaughter or daughter or something.
No, I highly doubt it. I know her father played. I know that her father played piano, but
because some of them have gone into acting profession. But obviously, if you've got a creative family heritage, then sometimes you can sort of, and you've got the money to get into something like this, then
Right.
and have that kind of equipment, then potentially, yeah, you could have those kind of family connections or something.
I don't know. I don't know how high up her dad was in his profession. I really don't. It would be something interesting, to ask her. But when I figure it out, I'll let you know. But as far as I know, no. As far as I know now is that her dad was a piano player, and that's who she
Oh, right. Okay.
picked up her trade from here. So get on with this video, and then we'll head over to Slaps and get the show on the road. If we can just keep doing that. Oh, okay. Well, that's still working at least.
Hovering over my head, memories we did we play. The day I wrote for the first time, the songs I wrote, so many files. The sunset in your eyes, the flowers on the wall, and the day I suddenly woke up, finally figured out. Fairy tales, what I usually do. dreams, pictures of you. When I'm searching in the clouds, a place to feel alive, then I go back to the dancing dance in the sleep like me. I am the dance, I am the dance, I am the dance, I am the dance, I am the dance,
So, she's got some things working for her there, obviously, because not only can she like really just record, and she's got talent. The music makes a whole bunch of sense, right? But it's fun to watch, man. She like her live show. Like I definitely paid to go see it.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's a bit of a hybrid of it's like a bit of the Jean-Michel Jarre, although he had obviously lasers and all sorts of things going on. So her live show might be a bit more sort of spectacular as such in visual terms. But so it's a bit of Jean-Michel Jarre in a sense, but modernized.
Yeah.
And possibly sort of elements of craft work in there in some way, with somebody just standing there at the keys. But there's a lot going on there, and she's got to be quite specific. I know with some of the things like the Jean-Michel Jarre's laser light thing, the notes are kind of, I think, pre-programmed, so it doesn't matter which beam he hits, it's going to make the right notes. But right. I don't know if that works that way, or if he is actually hitting the notes. But with her, it looks like she's actually got on that pad with whatever 48 or whatever number of things, 64 things it's got on it, she's placing very specific, points on the pad. And then it's not exactly like they're labeled. Well, they don't look labeled up like a symbol. And
it really all comes with muscle memory, right? Because the whole thing is that you don't need to know where the notes are on the keyboard anymore. You just know how to play, right? But you learn. So,
so she can't have. She can't have a social life at all, can she?
I would doubt it.
Quite geeky. I mean, you must spend just your life. I mean, to get that good, you've got to be spending so much time. I mean, with the controls, with the vocoder, all that sound, when she's controlling the vocoder sounds, all that, it's like very specific, very precise.
Like, let's not go past like let's say 3.5 here, right? Like we're gonna turn it over here. That's as much as we're going, and then we're going back. And it's just kind of like, once again, just really fun to watch. Just really fun to watch.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah, it's quite absorbing, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, it'll
I mean,
it'll suck you in.
I sort of I like the drone footage and everything, but one thing that sort of frustrates me, that wasn't too cutty and all that. That was quite good. It was quite nicely shot. I actually prefer just watching, and if the camera's sort of fairly static, I'm quite happy watching the musician, ply their trade and work their craft and their magic. So it doesn't have to be continuously on the move and moving around and doing all these fancy shots. For me, it's just the way they do videos these days. But most of the videos actually sort of fast cuts and hard on the eyes, and that kind of music, it's quite trancey sort of thing. So it's a lot of rhythmic sort of stuff going on, and the chord patterns are repetitive in a sense. So you kind of want to be in that slower trance state, listening to it, getting absorbed and wrapped up into the music.
I think the drone footage works. I think, I think definitely, having a rooftop session like she did, right?
That's
I
good.
think that works.
Yeah.
Just because, hey, Paris, a lot of nice scenery. You know what I mean? So, well, there's a lot in Europe that has a lot of nice scenery, right? But I mean, especially when you're looking at Paris and you can see the Eiffel Tower in the background there, and you just kind of get all that, all that old, architecture and everything like that in the background going with a song like that. I think, I just think that the visuals just add so much to that song.
Yeah.
So
Really nice.
This is why I used to tell you, right, that somebody once told me it's no matter what you do, even if you just do a visualization video for your song, just do some kind of video. So that way it's not just the song playing.
Yeah.
And that's great advice right there, because anything that you could do to, make that song just that much more interesting is, hey, thumbs up. Because like I said, once again, those two little clips right there, and especially if you go on her channel and you actually dive a little deeper and check out some of the stuff that's been there. She does this one thing where she's with an orchestra, and there's like a little girl who's basically growing up to love music and everything like that. It was like, very cool stuff. So definitely check out her YouTube channel. And there will be links obviously in the description of this page, which will take you to everybody that we're reviewing here and kind of like critiquing, I guess, for lack of a better word there. And so before we got into that, we started listening to Liam. So how about we get back to that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of any precursors to this at all?
It's on. Let me see, because I think I saved that one on Slap, so I can read out what he's got on his save tracks. There we are. Yeah, I think I did save this one. Yeah, I've been saving a few actually as I've been going through, but now Liam is. Oh no, this one I haven't saved. I'll look him up quickly, but yeah, basically, Be My Home, isn't it? I think. Yeah, there we are. Liam.
Yes,
Be My Home.
This one is Be My Home.
Yeah, so basically it says this is for all the refugees in the world that have had to flee their country because of the war, or because of war. But yeah, this is so Liam is looking at his profile, loves different kinds of music and tries not to stay in a comfortable style, which is good. Keeps outside his comfort zone. In a song, my priorities go to melody and harmony. Works for me. But what counts in the end is the emotional impact of the song. Wish you all enjoy and pleasure that only music. Wish you all the joy and pleasure that only music can bring. Well, that's right. I mean, he's got a really good outlook on this, and he knows, the world. Music can really touch the world. He's made 40 tracks, had 3,997 plays, and got 154 followers. So he's doing pretty well.
That is doing pretty well.
And he's from Paris in France. That's a good connection. Nice little segue.
That would.
There we go.
There you go.
I didn't realize.
We got to put Liam in touch with De Laurentiis. In that case, maybe they can.
Oh yeah.
Hell, maybe they could do something phenomenal together, right?
This is the thing. It's collaboration. This is the world. The world's at your fingertips. You can connect with people, as I have, in America, all over the place, and in Germany, and make songs together. If you're open-minded and your ego doesn't get in the way, then your music can be elevated. It's great.
Absolutely. So here are with Liam and Be My Home. Let's check it out.
and the silence finally falls when we stop the drums and we can't hear any calls. I won't feel the pain, but the strength far away behind me, far away beyond. I lost the hope, but I know there will be other days to come. I won't be alone. Ooh. In the sun, I rise to fight back my fears, and in my eyes, you will see no more tears. 'Cause you're incredible, you're my strength. Far away behind me, far away beyond. I lost the home, but I know there will be all the days to come. I don't wanna be alone. Far away behind me, far away beyond. I lost the home, but I know there will be all the days to come. I don't wanna be alone. Far away beyond, I lost my home, but I know that with you, other days will come. I will never be alone.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I saw a lot of people leaving comments up there that Beatles, John Lennon, everything like that. His voice to me sounds a lot like Roger Waters, Pink Floyd.
Do you mean more like Dave Gilmour or Roger Waters? Do you think Roger Waters? Because he's quite a sort of. Oh,
He's got like that deep kind of like raspy, that kind of like that Roger Waters did, right? Because Waters, he really didn't get into like a high pitched vocal until he really started like screaming.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, so when especially with The Wall, you could hear the changes, right? When he's going through his intro phase, you could definitely hear that. Whoa, it was very much melodic, right? But it definitely got a little more higher pitch when it was like, right? So he kind of like kept in tune. So I would say Roger Waters. Yeah, I think that his voice definitely sounds a lot like Roger Waters, in my opinion.
Well, I was thinking, yeah, I mean, the thing that's Beatlesque and Lennon-esque about it is it's a piano-led ballad, so that and it's the chord changes. It had some really beautiful chord changes in there. I mean, you know,
Yes.
it took it in directions that aren't common, particularly these days. But the chord changes were actually quite creative and inventive and not obvious. It wasn't all obvious. But I thought, for me, it was more of a modern singing style. So with all the going to the high notes and things in that soft way that people do these days. But I did like it. I mean,
I very much enjoyed it.
yeah, I didn't know who
Yeah.
to compare it to. I mean, the sound of the song, it sounded like a sort of Jeff Lynne produced later, one of those post Beatles songs, but sung in a more modern style. Nice end as well. Just ends
Yes.
again. There's a few little unexpected twists and turns in that, and that's one of them at the end. It just suddenly ends. Doesn't even ebb away. It just goes.
Don't get me
And
wrong with what I'm saying about
nice.
Roger Waters, because I do think that, the only reason I'm saying that is because I think his voice sounds like Roger Waters. However, the entire style, people are leaving the comments that they are because it does have that Beatles kind of Lennon feel to it, right? Where you could definitely see, if you take a song like Imagine in comparison to this one, it's equally as beautiful in its arrangement and its style. And like what you were talking about, the ending, the beginning, the ending, everything just brilliant. It's all the way through.
Yeah. I see you followed and saved. I did that as well. Followed and saved is good.
Even more than 2 thumbs up. If I had more than 2 thumbs up, it would be more than 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, that's a really good.
Here we go. Hold on.
Yeah.
I forgot to hit the monitor button. Right there.
Yeah, that gets
Bravo,
2 thumbs
here.
up.
It deserves 2 of those, Yes.
Ah, the effects we forgot.
Yes. Absolutely. And we're going to give it the magical sense to it.
It was magical, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It's got a magical quality about it. And this is what I mean is, you got this guy in France, virtually unknown, and he's making music like that, probably not going to studio. I don't know if that's self-produced or what, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was self-produced, because it's got the level of detail that's self-produced. Whereas if you go to a studio, you're restricted by you're having the expense of it. So and that usually you're farmed in and out quickly. It all gets done very quickly. But he's got an attention to detail there. I suspect he's doing that from his bedroom or wherever. But I'd like to know. It'd be nice to get him on the show one day and ask him, because that's a really nice production, and it's a nice composition as well as the delivery and everything else. But it's the composition that I like. It's a really strong, beautiful song.
It's solid all around, start to finish. Seriously. I mean, he's got the vocals to back it up. He definitely has a singing style to back it up. I'm a fan. I love it.
Yeah.
We're still going.
So we'll have to check out some of his other songs. I think his other songs are sort of on par with that sort of thing. Around sort of 4-minute sort of tracks, and I'm guessing mostly ballads and things. But he's kind of he's done a cover of "Breathing" by Kate Bush as well. Actually, that's quite interesting. So he's clearly into some cool artists and creative artists. That's good. So I think he's got some. He's clearly got some nice inspirations there as well. But I should think he does quite sort of emotional, slightly sentimental music. I mean, that's my kind of bag. I love sentimentality. It's fine by me.
All the sappy stuff.
Yeah.
Love songs.
Why not?
Yeah. No,
he's talking about emotions and his emotional impact, and that's good, because he's really paying attention to the emotional impact and realizing that he's bearing his potential future listener in mind there when he's making that song.
Absolutely. So the next one that we have up here, the second one that you sent me here is artist called Samuel Rath.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, because there's a few songs you could choose from there. If you go into the artist himself, then there's about 4 songs. I can't remember which one, whether I sent you. I think there were 2, because the band is listed as Daisy Tones.
Daisy Tones. Yes.
He's the person behind it.
The link for what you sent me is called. Hold on, because the thing is this is Norwegian, I'm assuming. Is it Majestad? Would that be correct?
Right now, I think, because I ended up sending. For some reason it's not coming through Samuel Rath, but I can't search him for some reason. Let's see if I've saved it. I saved one of his, but I think it was the
What the hell are you doing?
How-
man?
well, if you go on to him anyway, if you're onto him and then you go down to the bottom song, that's the second one I sent you. But I think that was a good song to go on with him, because this other one is nice song, but I think this other one down below at the bottom, his first upload, I think it was. I think that's probably more engaging actually.
The From Ich Trotzdem?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Is that it?
I think so, yes. If it's the first one he's uploaded, it's quite an upbeat sort of almost, it's not a country song, but it's kind of got tinges of country in it, but it's more of a sort of modern sort of flavour country song, maybe. With a Norwegian twist. So where is he from? Switzerland, is it?
Schweiß, yeah.
Schweiz.
Schweiß. We go to the bottom here.
Yes, that's the one, yes. Yeah, quite a jolly sort of upbeat song, yeah.
All
I
right,
like that one.
let's check it out then.
A real life situation in a train triggered me to write this, right?
Da steige ich heute Morgen wie gewöhnlich in den Zug.
Nichts Böses im Sinn, summ leise vor mich hin. Sagt einer, dass ich spinn, das sei tabu hier drin. Und ganz besonders schlimm sei es, wenn man singt, das nehme keiner hin, dass man sich jetzt noch freut. Freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich so.
Okay, ich suche mir einen Platz und begrüße mein Gegenüber.
Ich wag ein Hallo an den Herrn im Sakko. Muss sicher ins Büro, ein Mensch mit Niveau. Der hält die Zeitung so, als hätte ich ihn bedroht. Da dämmert mir, ach so, hab mich wohl so stark gefreut. Freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich so.
Die Reaktion kann ich schon nachvollziehen. Die Hiobsbotschaften reißen ja nicht ab.
Man sucht verzweifelt Rat, den leider niemand hat. Experten sind auf Draht, die x-te Welle naht. Ein Tanz auf schmalem Grat, zwischen Goodwill und Diktat. Ein ungewisser Pfad hat es sich jetzt ausgefreut. Freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich so. Na 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 na.
Was macht man, wenn sich Freudlosigkeit und Angst so breit machen?
Sing mein Hoffnungslied, denn Schwachsinn ist perfid. Meines Glückes Schmied ist der, den man dicht sieht. Wer zu Gott aufsieht, spürt den Unterschied, merkt, wie die Angst abzieht. Das ist das, was mich freut.
Nein, ich bin kein Virusleugner. Ich tue, was ich kann, um mich und andere zu schützen. Aber ich habe durchaus auch Fragen.
Wenn die Angst bestimmt Verstand und Freude nimmt, wenn Aggression aufklimmt, ob da die Richtung stimmt. Ich mein, dass keiner spinnt, der im Herzen singt. Glaub als Gottes Kind, dass Gott will, dass wir uns freuen. Freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich so. Freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich trotzdem so, freu mich so. Freu mich trotzdem so, Vor mich trotzdem so, vor mich trotzdem so, vor mich so. Na 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 na.
Not gonna lie, didn't understand a single word of it.
Right. Well, I looked up here. I googled "Freu mich trotzdem," and it means I'm happy anyway. Now, if we
Oh.
look at the notes on the song, says, "Here's my first upload on Slaps. A real life situation in a train triggered me to write this song about a kind of despite of all joy. I listened to an angry conversation between passengers and asked myself if the pandemic should have so much power over our joy and kindness. The message of the song is hopeful and at the same time questioning. Maybe the music video on YouTube, if anyone wants to look it up on YouTube, maybe that will help to get the lyrics, even if you don't speak German." So he's Swiss, but it was spoken in German. But yeah, so basically, I think it was just basically a sort of message of hope because, yeah, why should people keep getting so irate with each other and angry over issues and things? And do we need to take life quite so seriously, when
Yes.
life's too short? But he's so he's in Switzerland. He's a producer, songer, and musician. Loves thoughtful lyrics and handmade music. Plays piano, guitars, and bass, and is a member of the Swiss singer-songwriter group Daisy Tones, which looks like actually potentially a wife and daughters. Actually, so it looks like a family group to me, the way they're all dressed
Like the
and everything.
Partridge Family.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, the Swiss Partridge Family, or Swiss Cuckoo Family.
Yeah, he definitely looks like a dad kind of guy. It definitely sounds very, very folky. I mean, it's not bad. It's not a bad song.
Yeah,
Obviously, it would provide a lot for me if I had the context of the lyrics, or if I understood a little bit of what we're saying. Because
yeah, but I think it was good to pick it up because I think it just particularly with this first episode is that there's a few of the ones I picked up were sort of from foreign shores all over the globe. Now it's nice to just sort of open our eyes and realize that there's good music being made all over the world,
yes,
and all in different styles, and it just goes to show it's an extremely universal thing that's just in humans anyway. Music is such a visceral human thing.
you make it sound like I'm bad mouthing it, Carl.
No. It's I think it's just a sort of like almost like a throwaway jolly song, but and probably it would be good to know what the lyrics are saying and have some sort of translation there. But you can sort of get that feeling from the song anyway. It's sort of probably saying, "Yeah, I'm happy anyway, and life is good." But yeah, just thought it was quite a curious little throwaway number, little ditty that might appear on Eurovision Song Contest, that sort of song. Here's the Swiss entry, garnering 13 points in total.
I can see that. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out what happened here because now my screen kind of.
I mean, it's still going fishbowly, by the way, so I think we're just going to get that throughout the show. But if people that are listening in are happy to bear with that for the live show, then that's great. But
I think honestly we're just going to switch to a pre-recorded format. It just seems like that's just going to be the better way to go. I don't want to do any of these artists an injustice.
Yeah, because people might be put off by hearing.
Right. If there's somebody that's watching live and that is hearing it the way, because I'm hearing it perfectly fine. 100% clear. So, I mean, I'm getting all the bass and I'm getting all the melody and everything like that. So I hear it perfectly fine. So if it's coming out fishbowly on the other end, then that is really doing a disservice to the artist because the song needs to be heard the way that it's written. And once again, just for the last song that we listened to, it's not that it was a bad song or anything like that. It was just the fact that, just kind of like not up, not at the tempo with me. And it would just be nice if I actually understood some of it. But once again, production quality is there. The vocals are up to par. I think the guitar, you could hear it, through and through. The bass and the drums, you had everything going. I mean, you heard it. It sounded great on this end, obviously. So that's why I'm thinking we're just going to switch to a pre-recorded format. Let's finish off the live show today.
But again, while you're showing sharing the screen, people can look up his name the song,
Yes.
go onto Slaps or go onto YouTube. So the information is there as well for a good 3-4 minutes, 5 minutes, and so that's quite good really, that people can, if it's coming out a bit fishbowly today, then at least they can check out the music, write it down, take note, and or a screenshot or something, and check that artist out. At least we're giving them a platform of sorts.
Once again, all the links to anybody that we play will be in the description. So please like, share, and subscribe to the channel, because believe me, this is not the way that it looks all the time. And
no, but it's a great way to find new music, isn't it?
It is a great way to find new music. And especially, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to take a quick 15. I'm pretty sure that you may as well.
Okay.
I have to return a phone call that's kind of important, which just came through. We'll open up the phone lines, because we were going to do this, and I would love to at least do it once. We're back to 3 people that are watching us now.
Right.
2 on YouTube, 1 on Facebook. Bam.
I think the third one
big time.
earlier was probably Louis, Dr. Lou, and he's on his way out to a nightclub in Maidstone in Kent
So that's
tonight.
why
So it was just dipping in to wish us luck, I suppose.
Okay, so guys, here's the thing. We've been talking about this for a long time, and we wanted to do a call-in feature. So when we get back from the 15-minute break, I'm going to post up a phone number, and it's going to go through WhatsApp, and dial us directly through WhatsApp. Join us live on the show. Let's listen to a song together, and then get a third person's perspective on it. Okay.
Yeah, good.
But we'll just take a 15-minute break just to take care of business, or as they say in showbiz, go pay the bills. and we'll be. Oh my God, are you serious? Like, this thing is just crazy. Hold on, because now it's just not even letting me do this. Chrome tab. Here we go. The tabs are the ones that seem to work. Okay.
Right.
That'll be the 15-minute clock. So once we get back, once again, I'll have the phone hooked up. WhatsApp. If you don't have WhatsApp, hop onto the App Store or Google Play Store, or the Motorola Store, or I don't know where you get apps for other platforms other than Android and Apple. So download WhatsApp. You don't really need to have a Facebook profile or anything like that. From what I know, is that all you need is a phone number, and we'll pop the phone number up. Contact us. We'll chat directly. We will see everybody in 15 minutes.
All right. Oh, are you muted at the moment?
Make sure I got everything going here. Okay, well, we can just say we're back.
Yes.
A little bit sooner than expected, but here we are. Like it or not.
So, have we still got our 3 listeners, viewers?
We do indeed. I'm going to copy this link real quick.
I think we can consider that a success.
We should, yes, absolutely. See if we can get this one going, because this is the other song that you had queued up.
So does it say who's tuning in, who's listening? So, if it's musicians, we know who it is, or it's just all anonymous, or?
No, it's anonymous. It only shows 2 viewers. So it shows 2 viewers on Facebook. I'm sorry, 2 viewers on YouTube, 1 on Facebook. That's the extent of it. That's that. I'm trying to get this one queued up here real quick, just so that way we have it. Okay. So as promised, here we go. Should we do the video first and then open up the call line, or?
If you like, which video is this?
So this was the 3rd on your list, because I had to switch over to YouTube right now. So this is Ana Garrido.
Oh, Ana Garrido, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
with Black Hole. Should we do that one first and then open up the phone lines, take comments and requests?
Let's go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do that, and then we'll get back, and the phone number will pop up. The only thing that I ask of the 3 of you that are watching is, if you do call in, the phone will ring. I'll pick the call up, and then once the call is picked up, just please don't call, because there's no call waiting feature, and when the other person's talking, it'll just keep on calling on top of them. For those of you that are watching pre-recorded, the pre-recorded version, you're more than welcome to call that phone number when it pops up and leave a voicemail. Let us know what you thought. But for the moment, let's get to Ana Garrido with her song Black Hole.
Do you ever wonder what life would be like with someone else? I'm waking up every morning with not enough energy to get dressed. Is it really that hard to get? I can find the one who's meant for me. There's nothing I can do to keep my head from spinning round and around. It feels like I'm getting lost in space now. I wanna be in love, I wanna risk it all, I wanna fly above and not be scared to fall. before you know it. And now's the third time I get back up. But I never thought that it would hurt so bad every time I hit the ground. They always say that I'm too young to think I found the one who's meant for me. I keep going back to them and I can't really explain how it feels like I'm getting lost in space now. I wanna be in love. I wanna risk it all. I wanna fly above and not be scared of all. Feel it under my skin when you keep pulling me in. I wanna know what it feels like to be loved. I wanna be in love. I wanna risk it all. I wanna fly above and not be scared of fall. Feel it under my skin when you keep pulling me in. I wanna know what it feels like to be loved with a black hole.
I like it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice song. She does sort of like these sort of pseudo, slightly folky sort of songs and things, but I like her style. She's got nice layers of vocals. Yeah, nice. She does backing vocals nicely as well as she does the vocals. But for us on this end, and presumably for the listeners, I think at the YouTube videos in particular, they have this sort of double-layered echo effect. So it's very echoey as well as fishbowly. So apologize for the sound on that one, but yeah, I think if you check out the song Black Hole, Anna Garrido, on YouTube, then you'll obviously get a clearer picture of what it's like. But she herself, says the song's about being tired of getting hurt, but you keep wanting to fall in love, wanting to feel all the emotion and passion, comparing the person to a black hole because of the way you can't avoid to be absorbed by them. So basically, there's the people that you want to fall in love with, even if it's rightly or wrongly. So they'll sort of suck you in and take up all your energy. So it's nice nice sentiment there. But she's 80. Well, when she actually joined this, she's actually another bit of a world night tonight, but it's from Spain. She's an 18-year-old singer-songwriter chasing her dreams. And that's available on all main music platforms now. So she's I think she's good.
She's good. It's definitely it was something that was definitely professionally produced. Hold on, here we go. Which we already discussed. I sound kind of a pop vocal. Yeah. That's the thing. And once again,
Nathan,
we apologize for all that because we've been trying to work through that audio issue forever. And I really thought I had it.
Yes.
Really. Yeah. It just kind of seemed like it was there, but then it wasn't. And then I kind of like did more digging around, and believe me, I jumped through this thing through as many hoops as I possibly could to try to make this work. Brand new, like literally brand new $600 piece of machinery here. And it kind of seemed like it was all right, but then we got on this meeting and it wasn't. And I don't know. This is just why we were so looking forward to the call-in feature. So that way we could talk with people live and get their reactions. But obviously we don't want to do anybody a disservice. So that thing might be completely off the table, unless once again somebody watching this later on down the line says, like, here's what you need to do. But trust me when I tell you that I think that I've done everything that needs to be done. It's 3 different locations, 3 different internet connections. This one's completely hardwired, and just to show you what I'm talking about here.
It's not going to be one of those issues where it's just a little switch that you just, darn.
Gotta hope
All
not,
that
right?
time, there's a little switch there all
That'd
along.
be stupid, but here's what we're looking at as far as our broadcasting. This is our upload speed. Or I'm sorry, that was our download speed. This is our upload speed. So it's not an internet issue. Or it's not an internet connectivity issue, I should say. Right? So it definitely has nothing to do with the internet connectivity.
It does feel like it's probably more likely to be some sort of live streaming software thing. The technology's there now to do that, isn't it? So, so if we were pre-recorded, is there a way of sort of pre-recording as such and then putting it out 30 seconds later? I know that still probably won't work as a live show, but I'm just thinking,
No.
is that a way around it? At what point does it become not live?
Here's the thing. Do you remember when DJ Rue and I did the show the one time that you were unavailable?
Right.
We did that through Google Meet, and it was completely pre-recorded. None of that went live. But the De Laurentiis clip that I had put up onto the video section, which was unlisted, but I forwarded to people, that audio was completely clear, because the audio that I'm recording off of QuickTime is going to be the same as I hear it through the headphones, right? It's just for whatever reason streaming live. So I gotta think that it has to do with the with that law that I was telling you about, which prohibits live streaming, because it's I can't think of any other reason that it would be, because I mean, but there's so much to talk about. There's so much to talk about, especially with music. It's just man, like I would love to show a clip right now of Lucas Stricknoli and just talk about the talent that it takes to do what he does, as we were watching it the one time when we had our meeting. But once again, I just feel like it is a genuine disservice doing it live and having that the melody, the harmony, the vocals, whatever the case may be, right, just kind of like fade in and then fade out, and then kind of like do that wishy-washy kind of thing. And it would just be great just to have, so when you actually watch this after we recorded it and it's uploaded, edited in its version, and you don't see the green screen behind me, and all that kind of good stuff, then you'll actually hear the audio the way that it's meant to be. So I don't know. Let's take a poll, I guess, maybe, right? Let's do that. So down in the comments, or leave a comment, I should say, because I was going to say down in the description is what I meant to say for a second, but leave us a comment. Continue live or don't continue live. Just pre-record it. That's one thing that we got to do here, right? So let's figure that out.
Well, I'm thinking, I mean, if it's pre-recorded and the sound quality is better, we're doing people justice then, because I'll work on a track, say, if it's a big track or something, it might be 7 to 9 days or something of slogging through the track, or longer, if I've kept coming back to it, but it's hours and hours of your life and work, and you're excited because you're an independent artist getting played. Okay, it's to a relatively small audience right now, but it will grow, and it's your promotion of your material that you're precious and protective over, that you want to hear at its best quality out there. So I think that's got to be the thing that dictates where we go with it. I'd like to do it live because it's more exciting and you've got the call-in feature, but I think the only way of doing it, really, getting around it, is by doing a pre-recorded section and then doing putting that out and then doing the live bit as a call-in at the end of the show or something for 30 minutes. To just people talk about the bits that they liked and what we talk about the comments and things, maybe.
I get what you're saying. That might be interesting. Something to think about.
So call in at the end of the show. So we play the stuff for, I don't know, hour and a half or whatever, different tracks, and then well, it depends how long the show's going to be. But let's say it's an hour and a half show, do an hour of music playing and comments, and then at the end we just talk through the tracks. Just a quick. Then we could play the tracks, and it would be a reminder of what people have heard in good quality, and it wouldn't have to be top quality at the reminder stage.
I guess.
If we're only playing a snippet or putting up their picture and saying this was this track that went like this, 10 seconds of it.
No, that could definitely work. That could definitely work. Something to think about. We're thinking about different segments, obviously. So any ideas for that, then obviously let us know what you'd like to see. We've already got kind of like a tips and tricks and marketing kind of like thing. And I'm going to start doing this thing, making musician 101. We have plenty of ideas. There's no shortage of those. No shortage of ideas whatsoever. It's kind of like bringing everything to fruition right now. So we just heard that. Here we go. Maybe Nathan will be our first caller. The WhatsApp calling number. So that way we wanted to do WhatsApp because we wanted it to be available worldwide. So this is obviously WhatsApp is going through your internet connection. It's not going to charge you any kind of data or minutes or anything like that, so you don't get any kind of like surprise charges or anything like that, but that is the WhatsApp call-in number. If you feel like calling in, by all means, please do. We would love to hear your take on whatever you have to say, whether it be hey, you guys suck, or the show sucks, the audio quality happens to be good on my end, but I just don't like looking at you guys, or you guys are beautiful but the audio quality sucks on my end. Whichever way you want to talk about it, let's leave some comments here for these fantastic artists, and and get the music going. So while we're waiting for somebody to call in, if anybody does, so we got Paul Atkinson. Oh, you had something to do with this song, did you not?
What's this one? Paul Atkinson. Yes. So this one was Paul Atkinson in Germany, who's sort of he's a nice guy, really nice guy, and very sincere guy as well. And he was talking to one of his friends who had children, and was I think he was he might have been Ukrainian actually. He was just talking about the Russian-Ukrainian war, and it just set him off really thinking about the whole war situation and so forth. And so this song, when he sent it across to me, he'd recorded it without a click track, and because he wanted it a bit more free form and free flowing, it was just his voice, a guideline backing vocal, which we took off the eventual song, but it was, and his guitar and bass. We later got him to add a keyboard as well, but I developed the song. Rookie Rogers mastered the track and gave us some little pointers and tips and advice of what he thought could be added. But we worked on it together. I added a few musical elements and flavors and sounds, and a bit of direction, and just to give it, and then added all my backing vocals. So it's kind of got just a different kind of flavor, and he wanted to go for a sort of slightly reggae tinged song. That's how it was hearing it. So we went along those tracks, but didn't go over the top with it. We just needed to stay quite subtle, because it's about the subject of anti-war song. So
okay. So now let me ask you, because I'm looking at the graphic here. So before I put it on, so what exactly is the Carlos Fandango 5? Because this is the first that I'm hearing. Carlos.
Well, it's
Carlos
not the
Fandango
first time
5.
they've appeared. It's the on the Christmas album we had an or virtual. Yeah, it was a cappella actually. It was the Away with the Christmas Banjo, which was like it was set in sort of Edwardian times. Oh no, sorry, late Victorian times. I wanted it to be a sort of Christmas carol that was almost a barbershop quartet sea shanty type song, and because it was 5 voices on it, I decided to call it featuring the Fandango 5. So he quite liked the idea of that. That's
just your 5 personalities is what it is.
Split personality.
Okay.
But the reason that he liked it, because I said to him, well, every idea I come up with, I try and justify, but he quite liked my justification because in the war situation, it's like there's this Carlos Fandango 5 are these renegades who are fleeing the war or doing something or whatever. There's these guerrilla fighters. So so he quite liked the idea of the Carlos Fandango 5.
Okay. Well, let's check it out. So just remember that phone lines are open. I'm going to unplug this right now. We'll plug it in when if we get a caller, so that way we can I can mute my mic and everything like that. And phone number will be on the screen. Feel free to call. Obviously, this is once again, Mama's going to tell you, Paul Atkinson with the Carlos Fandango 5 personalities.
Don't forget the mute.
My bad.
It's got the echo again.
Trying to make sense of the geopolitical consequence. People getting shut down for their friends in innocence. Where are the ties that bind? Can you see it when you shoot between the eyes? Mama's gonna tell you in 100 years or more. Mama's gonna tell you we don't need these wars no more. Need these wars no more. No more. So I'm hoping all this talking will help us stop the war. You know, 'cause the shame of this can come down on us all. Who's gonna make the peace? Which institution holds the key? Mama's gonna tell you in 100 years or more. Mama's gonna tell you we don't need these wars no more. Need these wars no more. No more, no more. He's sitting in the kitchen and he's thinking of the children. Papa tell you you don't need to fear no one. Where are the ties that bind? Papa help you see beyond this time. Mama's gonna tell you in 100 years or more. Mama's gonna tell you we don't need no wars no more. Need no wars no more. So I'm trying to make sense of the geopolitical consequence. Trying to make sense of the geopolitical consequence. People getting shut down for their friends in innocence. Where are the ties that bind? Can you see it when you shoot between their eyes? Mama's gonna tell you in 100 years or more. Mama's gonna tell you we don't need no wars no more. 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 No more.
So, very interesting song in today's climate. That's for sure. I want this to be misconstrued the wrong way, and I'll explain exactly what I mean. But it gives me that the kind of like that Bob Marley feel, you know, of specifically of, because Bob Marley, what he did was preach tolerance and love, right? Like, let's not let hate get to us. So that's kind of like the way that I'm feeling that. And you know, and if that's the message, then hey, I'm all for it, you know. So
that's exactly the message he wanted to get across. And yeah, he wanted that reggae feel. So I mean, I love reggae anyway. I love Bob Marley, so it was quite nice to work on something like that. But it was quite free form. We had a lot of. I had a fair amount of percussion and spread the sounds, but that was quite nice to play along and feel the vibe really, because it wasn't to a click track. It does move about a little bit. So, but we've it was nice to work on the song, and it's got a nice sentiment. The more I heard it, the more I liked it, and when the keyboard was quite late in the day. That was Ricky Rogers that suggested it, and so Paul Atkinson got straight onto that and added it. And it makes all the difference. Just having that rhythm on there, and I didn't go mad with the drums. It's got a kick drum on it, and just all the percussion, but the kick drum just adds a little something. But yeah, I like the song, and it's there's quite a lot. Yeah, just that came fairly late in the day that we added to it, and that we liked, and just things sort of came together. But the sentiment is really good. It's I think it's written from the heart, that one, and I like Paul's stuff. He's just got, I don't know. He's one of his big influences is Bob Dylan, but it doesn't come across there. But he says he hasn't heard a lot of contemporary music really, and he knows some stuff, but hasn't got, like, he might have an eclectic taste, but he hasn't heard lots of music. So that's always quite interesting to work with him. And again, yes, this is the thing about collaborations, is that people have different ideas, different approaches, and it's nice to work with people, because for me, I'll suggest things and he'll say, that's interesting, never really thought of that.
Right.
So, and that's what happens. You sort of going off in different directions. Of course, it's his song. He's got the veto on anything because he's originated the song. So I always say, if it's your song, you veto anything you don't like. But normally I try and I think if you're a producer or somebody who's collaborating with somebody, you've got to be sensitive to their song, immerse yourself in that song, and just get a real feel and empathy for the song, know where it's coming from, and then you sort of are more likely to do it justice.
Well, that's exactly like what I said. I barely, just hearing it here with the headphones on for the first time. I heard it on my phone and everything like that. But like I really got that sense, right? Peace, love, happiness, something we should all adopt, and it definitely at this moment gave me that Marley feel, if just for that reason, just because that's all that Marley ever preached. Once again, great musician also. So if you don't know about Bob Marley, then obviously go check him out. I'm pretty sure that most people do, but if you don't, then obviously check out his music, because it's definitely phenomenal. So, well,
yeah, but it's good working with him. I mean, this is the modern way. I mean, I've collaborated with him, and he's in Germany. It's so nice because you can hook up for a video call and to discuss the song, or he'll send a file over, I can send a file back, and we bounce ideas around. It's as if we're working in the studio together. It's a shame, when you hook up with these great musicians, and when you've connected with somebody, it just is going to work. And as long as you approach it with an open mind, and the right, in the right spirit, I think, and with as little ego as possible, then you'll get good results. And it also, again, not be afraid when you're collaborating with people. I would say, as a sort of tip, is don't let your ego get in the way. Don't be afraid to say things that you don't like and that you do like, and suggest ideas, because the more ideas you get, then the more suggestions and the more things you try. If the idea doesn't work, and then you've opted for something better that works better, then the song becomes all the stronger for it. Always, you're making a stronger song if you don't let your ego get in the way of a good collaboration. A good collaboration is one where you're both open-minded and you want the best for the song. You want the song to be the best it can be.
I agree with that. I'll also take it a step further, is just when you're writing your own music, I think that a lot of people are going at writing music to make money. I mean, let's just get that. But if this is your only goal, if this is seriously your only goal, then I don't think that you're going to get any of your message across. My music is electronic music, but believe it or not, I do have a meaning behind every kind of song that I do. With my song Split Personality, didn't really get rave reviews because nobody really understood it. even though the name is right there. But I really wanted to do like a kind of like a bad versus evil kind of thing. And it was just one of those times where I was kind of like in between some stuff, and just kind of like, where does the evil take you? Where does the good take you? So I think that, if you write a song that has substance, if you actually put your feelings behind it, then, going forward, you'll definitely, it'll be definitely more successful, I believe, than, if you're just doing it for the pursuit of money or fame, because that really gets nobody anywhere. I think personally, because the record labels are like that. That's exactly what the record labels are. The record labels are all about that bottom dollar. So, so if you do get, your 200, 300, 400 million, hits on, Spotify or Facebook or, TikTok or YouTube, then yeah, obviously expect the record labels to come knocking at your door because, you've already made it. You've already done the work for them, basically. You've made your brand, you've put yourself out there. The only thing that they need to do is they need to sign a contract with you, put an album out, and just start collecting the money and give you a percentage of it. And it's nice to be signed to a record label because they have obviously a lot of contacts in the especially in the radio industry and the media industry in itself, right? So licensing and things of that nature. But for the most part, once again, so if you're doing it from the heart, if you're loving your music, if you love what you do, then you'll be successful.
I think also, I think so, and it depends how you measure success as well. I mean, I think it's good to be ambitious, but it's also good to be realistic because for me, it's now all about the pleasure of the making the music, the process of it, the creation of something from nothing that didn't exist yesterday, it does today, and sharing that with people, and in the hope that it will, it will touch someone's heart. Obviously, I'd love to make a stack load of money from a track. If I get success on one track, great, or if it gets used commercially or something, wonderful. But I think a lot of people are chasing things for the end result, the money, where really actually if you do write from the heart and you write some good songs, you're probably more likely to get noticed and you'll connect with people around the world potentially,
Right.
because music's universal. Oh, I must mention about that song, that's actually for talking about making money, it's actually a charity song for the Ukraine appeal. So it's we both gave our share of nothing to to the Ukraine appeal, but it's so if you do get to listen to it, download it, please do, because it is for a good cause. And that was one of his intentions. He said to me, are you happy for it to go as a charity song? Well, yeah, of course. It's just nice also to get the song out there and heard. Somebody's going to hear it, somebody's going to like it. That'd be nice. That's done its job.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have a website for that or anything? Do you have a link tree?
Oh, I don't know. I think it might be, well, hopefully Paul would have put that on the YouTube description somewhere.
Let me make sure here.
I mean, I probably do. He may have sent me something, but yeah, he'd certainly know. No. Okay.
No, he's got nothing there. So whatever you have, get back to me later on. I'll put it in the link description. So if you hear the song and you're inclined to, then obviously hop on the link that will be in the description for this song and download. Obviously, it's going for a very good cause, stopping war. Hey, love, peace, and happiness.
Yes, indeed.
This is what we got to talk about more than people hating each other for nothing.
Well, I watched a clip of Bertrand Russell, the great Bertrand Russell. It was at the end of the interview. It was only the last 2-minute segment. And he said, have you any advice? And he was saying about, I have some 2 bits of advice. One's more intellectual, one's more moral. But the moral advice was to say that love is wise and hatred is foolish. And he's so right. It's absolutely, love, with love comes forgiveness, with hatred just comes destruction.
How about efforts? It really, in my opinion, it really takes a lot of effort to hate somebody.
Oh, lots of energy.
If you're really out there just to hate on somebody, it takes so much effort. It takes so much, it'll drain you mentally, where as opposed to love will come naturally.
I think that's why a lot of the youngsters are having mental health issues partially because of social media, because it's all about being liked
Yes.
or disliked and all this kind of thing. So it's very testing on the emotions.
Let's not get too political about it.
No, but we'll have to write a song or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely. Let's do that, because that's the thing is you and I have been talking now for just about a year. I'm pretty sure we're closing in on a year. If I look at our interview, I think the other day I said 11 months ago when we did that interview.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Obviously busy times for both of us and everything like that. But now that we have more free time to communicate and everything like that, like how about we do that? How about we just maybe I'll lay down some kind of beat or something like that, and then you put your
Well, I
twin
say
on it.
this, but I've got one lined up for the last track of the next album. I know it's going to be the last track because it's just me and the acoustic guitar, and it's called A Simple Little Song, and it is about just the generic sort of the way things are these days on social media. So it's but it's quite nice. It is a simple little song with simple lyrics, but hopefully quite poignant and pointed lyrics.
Send it over to me. I'd love to hear it. At least,
It's only all I've done so
if
far. I haven't actually recorded it yet properly. I've just done it on the phone, so I'll send over the phone recording that I've got. But
because even if it's a rough draft, right? This was your next suggestion here. After this,
yes, yeah, I found this one a while back actually. Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, it's a couple of months ago, I think, or a few months back when I was releasing the Christmas album. I'm sure it was around December time that was released, but it's a really good production, and I thought it's worth hearing.
I think that so far from reading the description, this is kind of like what we've been touching on is Stefano's upcoming single, We Are the Power, is songwriter advice all take part in healing the world together. So, man, I guess we're on that train of thought. Right. So yeah, let's check it out. This is Stefano May with We Are the Power.
We're so much stronger when we appear. Tell each other just how we feel. I just want enough for you. Take on the things we must do. I don't want to feel for you. Sometimes we just have to try everything. Making us hear our voices sing. I don't want to fall in line. I don't want to tear inside. We must be free from pain. We're the power. We have the way to inspire. We light the match for the fire. I know we're gonna make it real. I just wanna see all that we can be, 'cause deep inside we're the power. Great things are born from desire. Deep down to raise us up fire. I know we're gonna make it real. I just wanna do all of this for you, just so we can make this real. I'm not looking too far again. We must do all that we can. We just have to see this through. Take the old and make it new. I'm just gonna make a faith in you. We might fail every now and then, but we will rise to fight again. We'll have to take that no. Strength in numbers always show. I just wanna pray for you. We have the way to inspire. We like the match for the fire. I know we're gonna make it real. I just wanna see all we can be, 'cause deep inside we're the power. Great things are born from desire. Deep down to raise us up fire. We just have to make it real. I just wanna do all this for you, just so we can make this real. Make this real. I'm gonna do all this for you, just so we can make this real. Make this real. I'm gonna do all this for you, just so we can make this real. Make this real. I'm gonna do all this for you, just so we can make this real. Make this real. I'm gonna do all this
It's a really good song.
Mm. As you see, he's had a lot of fire there and saves and plays. So, but it's looking at the so he's basically Italian born, but he's in Los Angeles, USA. Singer, songwriter, piano virtuoso. So he plays piano. Classically trained at the Conservatory Santa Cecilia in Rome. So, but yeah, so it looks like he's got some connections, including Franco Zeffirelli, the film director. But yeah, he's been working at sort of various things. So he's had some sort of quite prominent activities. But I think that one's clearly a studio, feels like a real proper studio production.
Yeah, for sure.
Really good production. But he can sing. He's it. To me, it's just that sort of level of professionalism that you'd probably get on, the X Factor type shows. But actually, it's a better song than that kind of thing, I think, than you get on those X Factor shows. So, but I thought it's worth playing because the quality is good and it's something to aspire to for a lot of singers.
It definitely is, and just excuse me, just reading in the description here. Says that it is a song that describes the importance of every person's mission to use their individual gifts to unify the world in harmony and peace, which is definitely something that is coming across there. So, yeah, it's got a nice ring to it. The entire thing. So that quote there on the description, the "We are the power." The fact that it is professionally produced. Definitely, whether he did it himself in his bedroom or had all the gear necessary to do it, or whether he was actually out at a studio with an engineer, it was very, very lovely done, very, very well done, very well done. So I enjoyed that. Thank you for Stefano for that.
Yeah,
it's absolutely awesome. So what do you say? Purple Bowl of Destiny. Should I bring
right with nothing in it? Let's have a little shake. See what's in there.
Did you actually put genres in there, or are
no?
They're still imaginary. Okay.
I don't know about rap, hip hop. Let's go for. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about this because you can go singer songwriter. There's all these different categories, aren't they? Synth pop and
alternative rock, metal, hip hop, dance.
There's Christian music, comedy, upcoming artists, original music, electronic, piano. Oh my goodness, retro 80s, indie. There's so much.
Yeah, there are a lot. And for anyone that does not know about Slaps, it is DistroKid's kind of social media platform for musicians. I highly recommend that you check it out. I met a lot of great people off of Slaps by itself, Carlos Fandango being one of them. Rookie Rogers was a friend of Carlos Fandango's who later on was introduced to me.
That was through Slaps?
That was through Slaps. Yeah,
that was through Slaps.
Nathan Bashir from Monsters Are Real. I can name quite a few, off the Facebook groups, Slow Walk, quite a few people, I think Jamie Salazar from Within Me also, I think I met him off Slaps as well. But if you're a musician and you want to get your music out there and you want to get in touch with other musicians and you actually want to kind of like do some real networking rather than, some of these Facebook groups that I look at, especially, they kind of have drop your links here, drop your post here, or like, let's collaborate on music. And then what they try to do is they try to sucker you into something else. Believe me when I tell you that Slaps is definitely like a community oriented kind of thing. So we love the music that's on here. They always have like new stuff that's been posted, hours ago or minutes ago or whatever the case may be, plus stuff that just kind of like stays on there. And if you are a musician and you are looking for a way to distribute your music, and we have absolutely no affiliation with them whatsoever. Just by the way, we're not getting paid. I'm not getting paid to say this. Carlos isn't getting paid to say this. We're not saying this because, this is any kind of like monetary gain for us. But believe me, as a musician, if you do not know and you are trying to get your music published, you are trying to get it out there, hop on a distrokid.com. Okay. Distrokid.com. Okay. And sign up. We don't have a special code for you or anything like that. Just once again, that's all you need to do is hop on them and then choose how you want to sign up. And believe me, for a musician, I believe it's $20 a year.
About that, yeah.
Okay. And you can release unlimited songs. You can literally keep uploading another song every single minute. They'll set up a Spotify page for you. They're going to distribute it onto YouTube. There's some extras that you have to pay for if you want to, like, I think it's like 99 cents a year. And what they do is they keep on adding you to the newest registry that they have or something like that. I really don't know. Don't quote me on that. But then
Yeah, there's lots of extras you can pay for.
yeah, there's tons of extras that you can pay for. But once again, Slaps happens to be one of the things that is really, really intriguing about it, is because it is a community of musicians that are coming out there. And you know, when you start talking with some of these people on here, you're going to make good friends.
Definitely, yes.
Take Carlos and I, for example. You know, a year ago, we didn't know each other. Carlos is in Kent in the UK. I am now in Pinellas Park in Florida in the United States. And we just had an interview. We kept on going from there. And it's been a beautiful friendship ever since. And now we have this show going. So just goes to show you how far networking can actually go if you kind of like have your head in the right place and you want to do the same thing. So
absolutely,
definitely check it out.
So the two categories we've got is rock and electronic. So you choose. I'll put them behind my back, and you can choose. I'll mix them up, left or right.
Let's do rock.
My right or your right? Rock. Okay, rock. Yeah, let's do rock. Yeah, that's the one.
So the first one that comes up. This is posted 7 hours ago.
I will put proper ones in this.
Well, I would hope so. I've been promoting.
Yeah, I'll print them all up and do them again. I thought I'd say. See, the thing is, I thought I'd save them. It's the sort of thing I'd do, is save them for a rainy day kind of thing. I can't believe that I would have chucked them away, but I must have done. So what I'll do, I'll print them all out again. I didn't even save the document, which is annoying. So I'm going to have to type them all out again.
Oh, that is so unlike you.
I know it is, actually, because I'm normally
not even
quite
save
fastidious.
The document? Oh,
I know.
My goodness.
Well, I couldn't find it on the Mac anywhere, so I'm thinking I can't think where else I would have done it other than the Mac. So yeah, right. Strange, really strange, out of character.
Very out of character. Kind of like, were you having some sort of mental breakdown that day?
Well,
were you just that distraught about the show actually being like, we're not going to do the show anymore because we can't figure out the audio issue? So you were just like,
maybe I had a fit of pique and just thought, right, that's it. Yeah. It's over. Throw them all away. Burn them.
For those of you who haven't seen our little promo clip here.
I like the Purple Bowl of Destiny.
Oh, I love it. Come on. I was gonna say what I was gonna ask you.
I was doing scrambled eggs in it the other day. So
what is
how sacred it is
about this? Did you tell her that I threw this up there, that I actually edited it and threw this up there? Have you even seen it?
She learned to live with it.
Okay. Here we go.
The Purple Bowl of Destiny awaits.
Yeah.
Purple. Purple.
Oh. I can't resist it with bits of veg and fruit as well. If I see a face there, that's it.
Are you kidding?
And that one had teeth.
Well, that's exactly the comment that I made. Is Susie was making fun of him for actually doing that. And what did she say? She said, "You act like you're 5 years old."
Well, you were saying what, you're like 15, and I said, "Well, Susie, I think she thinks I'm about 5."
Yeah,
my mental age.
Well, and my defense to hopping to Carlos's defense, I should say, is it had teeth. What did she expect you to do, for crying out loud? Like, I would have done the exact same thing. So here we go. So took the rock category. This is the hot. Do we do hot or new?
I'm always I always go for let's go for new, the latest thing. Whatever's the latest thing to be uploaded. This is hot off the press. Someone's just uploaded it tonight, and it's exciting because they'll be excited to get it out there.
Here we go. Posted 34 minutes ago. I will let Power Glitch know that this is Power Glitch 87. It's called Poker Face. I'm assuming that this is going to be. Let's see.
Oh, is it?
It's my first time I was watching music. I was scared and overwhelmed to try to make this kind of complete an accident.
Right.
Attraction play. Okay, so you can read that there. If you need to pause, then obviously pause. I thought since it was called Poker Face, I thought it was going to be a Lady Gaga kind of thing. But it looks like it's a completely original composition. Let's check them out. So Power Glitch 87 with Poker Face. Maximize their view. Here we go. There we go. All right. Power Glitch 87. Oops, sorry. Power Glitch 87 with Poker Face.
Yeah, what I did in my headphones, I listened to it here on Slaps because the sound just wasn't coming through enough to me to assess it. So I tried to sync it up with the same time as the track was playing on yours.
Okay.
And listen to it here. So actually, I heard the sort of production value, and it was really good. I was really pleased with that. Because I like old rock, Deep Purple, Queen, Led Zeppelin, all these sort of greats, and and so forth. And
let's just do
that was better than I thought it'd be. Actually, I was good in terms of when it first starts out, you sort of always wonder if it's going to be a bit of the same sort of stuff. But actually, it was quite nice little bits of detail, a bit of ebb and flow in the song as well.
Yes, I just kind of wanted to see the influences here real quick. So this is their profile on Slaps right here. Power Glitch 87. They're from Las Vegas, Nevada. It's 1 track, 10 plays, 3 followers so far. Once again, so I'm guessing they're brand new to Slaps. Posted 39 minutes ago. And some of the influences include Kitty, Britney Spears, Doja Cat, Tisha Carly B, Paramore, Evanescence. I definitely hear Evanescence and Avril Lavigne in there. My Chemical Romance, that's for sure. So it seems like they're kind of like going through with who their influences are there. It kind of like it took me back to a state like kind of like being between like like maybe kind of like a little bit like Linkin Parkish.
Yeah.
With a female with the female vocals especially thrown in there, right? But I think the production quality was good. Obviously, as you know, Carl, which is the comment that I left here, love the transition. Especially, my only comment would be to up the vocal volume. Otherwise, this is a solid song. You know that I'm a big fan of not overlaying your vocals, but mixing your vocals in and making sure that you use your vocals as an instrument, and then they have an even keeled volume, which is very, very important to me. I've made that comment many times in the past because I see that happening with a lot of musicians, especially of the hip hop variety.
Mm.
I think that hip hop tends to do that. Hip hop and rap tend to do that a lot more than anyone else, where they will record the track first, then overlay the vocals on top of that. But obviously this wasn't done here. It was mixed. But the thing is, because you could hear the backing vocals, for sure in the mix. So the thing is it would be up the volume on the vocals itself, because the vocals are good. They are good. The song really, really flows. I mean, it's a really, really well done song. That would be my only critique right there.
Well, and the comments, I mean, this is my first song. I've always wanted to do music, but was always too scared and overwhelmed to try. Now, that goes for a lot of people, because when it's a really scary thing when you upload your music to the world, potentially. Okay, not everyone's going to hear it, but it's there for everybody to hear. You're exposing your inner self, your soul, to the world, and it's a really scary thing. So, what she's saying there is a very common thing, a theme in music artists. That was interesting. But she wanted to do something as a distraction, but looks like she's found her oeuvre, and what she wants to do is good. And it says here in her profile that I don't plan to stick to one genre, but always love rocking out the most. So that's interesting. If she doesn't stick to one genre, I think that's always a good thing. One thing that's worrying me about that profile picture is that ring. Looks like that chain is attached to her thumb and her lip. She's only got to move her hand. If I did that, I'd be ripping my lip off.
Does it?
That's a worry. It's a big concern. I couldn't do that for more than 2 minutes without disfiguring my face.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, but
someone might say it's disfigured already.
Hey, listen, the fact that you don't plan to stick to one genre is absolutely brilliant, because creating a genre that is all your own is that's what makes really incredible music, which is one of the things that I think, honestly, that De Laurentiis is doing right. She's taking that. Rue had made the comment that she's taking classical music theory and mixing it with new age technology. And I totally see that. Right. So that is just awesome. And I think that that's what's really working for her in that sense. So that way, if you are really not sticking to one genre, planning on rocking out and everything, then yes, absolutely. If you make a genre or a classification that's all your own, brilliant. You've definitely from the profile picture, you've got the look. So you're branding, right? But yes, with Carl, I'm a little concerned that now that Carl had mentioned, I'm concerned that you are going to rip your lip off. So don't move. Just sit there.
Just don't move. Just stay like that.
Yes, just stay like that. Yeah.
Yeah, don't move. And the nails. I mean, look at the nails. They could do some damage.
They could do some damage.
Do you know what? I couldn't have all that. I would do, but I'd be self-harming by accident all the time with that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see you in that makeup, though.
I'd look ever so pretty.
I swear you would. I mean, if you had this kind of like the yellow eyeshadow going with the black dots and everything like that.
Yeah, maybe the hot pink lipstick instead of purple might suit me better.
We're gonna have to make that a dare sometime, or if any one of us loses, then we'll have to dress up or color ourselves this way. No, but it's fine. It's fine. It's a perfectly good song. Really, really awesome. And it is a scary thing. Just to touch on that topic, it is a scary thing that when you make your first song and you kind of like throw it out there, and it's kind of like, here you are, world, here I am, and what do we do from there, right? So obviously, once again, from the haters, you're going to get a lot of criticism, which I personally think should only up the ante for yourself a little bit more, because believe me, haters are only hating for one reason, and that is because you are doing something right and they are not.
Mm.
So embrace it at times when it comes to things of that nature. Very well done. I love the grab bag. Oh, I'm sorry,
Yes.
not the grab bag, the purple bowl of destiny. I
Indeed.
love the purple bowl of destiny because that's just the thing, is it always exposes us to new things.
Yep.
And we would not have known about that song before. And back to my original
That's
point.
true. That's true.
Back to my original point, which is with the show. Please listen all the way through, because you never know what you will hear.
Mm.
That's what we're trying to do. That is our true passion. That is our true intention, is exposing the underground to the world, which is the Underground Sound Guys. You can find out all the information on pulsemediamag.com. Remember, like, share, subscribe. Carl, what do you think? Do we got like another 45 minutes in this? Should we take like a quick 10, then 45 minutes?
If you need to take 10, take 10. If not, I'm happy to power through. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. It's about 23 minutes past 12 here, but I'm good to go for a bit longer. I've had so many late nights this week and early mornings that I just and lack of sleep, that another 45 minutes is not going to hurt me.
Well, I'm just asking because, if you have stuff that you need to get to, obviously I don't want to keep you up. It's still relatively early here on the Eastern Seaboard. On the Eastern Seaboard right now, it is actually 7:23 p.m., but we have been going live for nearly 3 hours. We're 6 minutes shy of 3 hours that we've been live now. And, we've been doing a lot of talking and everything like that. So just don't know what you think about that. You want to power through?
Yeah, let's power through. Let's go for it. Yeah. Have we still got viewers?
Yes.
Or have they gone to bed? Oh.
No. A couple of them dropped out. And then some came back on. So we seem to be pretty steadily at 3.
That's consistency for you. Yeah.
The one, either the one on Facebook has not left us, or they've just been swapping accounts. And then we have the 2 on YouTube. Because I've not done any other kind of promotion. So we're not actually airing on Twitch with this one, because I do want to find out what the scoop is with Twitter and their live streaming, because I think I would rather live stream on Twitter than I would Twitch anyways. Considering the changes that were supposed to go into effect, or that have gone into effect. Have they gone into effect, or have they not?
Don't know yet.
I'll have to look that up.
I wouldn't mind collaborating with her actually at some point. So I'd be keen to sort of see what else she does. See the next couple of tracks, and then because this is the good thing about it, you can just message them, people, and direct message them. I'm following her now, and I'll just see what she comes up with, and there might be a song that I've got that needs that kind of vocal, that kind of attitude, and that might be the one. That's another thing about collaborating. It can elevate your song to new heights if you just let go, because having the right vocal on it, I mean, I can't do every song justice, so there are some songs that some people will sing so much better than I can, and it'll make the song better. So you just let go, but it's very hard to let go, because if you've been writing your own songs for years on your own, predominantly, it's a really hard thing to do, and not everybody can do it or wants to, but it's actually a really liberating experience. I would wholeheartedly recommend it.
You know what? There's been a song of mine that I've been waiting to put lyrics behind for years. I'll get in touch with her as well. I like her vocal style because once again, it just kind of reminds me of Evanescence. And then if you take Evanescence and you have that Linkin Park flavor to it, it kind of like really like starts like kind of like tingling in the brain. You know what I mean? It's
So you've got a song that might suit that kind of vocal range.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna start plugging myself just yet. Maybe I'll play it later. Who knows? Maybe like after the show is finished, then it'll be the song for the closing credits. Because we have an immaculate team working for us, believe me. It's just me and Carl right now. So let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do exactly what we were talking about. Let's take that quick 10, and then when we get back, let's do probably just about another 45 minutes. So that way, just once again, nobody's like super tired. We don't bring this thing into overkill mode. Do not want to do that. Don't want people to get, tired of this because, a 3-hour podcast is a pretty long podcast.
We'll have to comment on this, the artwork as well at some point as well. This background artwork.
The artwork?
The
Okay, well,
artwork you put together, and it'd be nice to sort of show the ethos behind it as well,
yeah. Okay, so
and the fact that Rookie's ordering fries as well,
he's doing many things. He is doing many things. Indeed.
ordering a beer, ordering fries.
All right, yeah. He's also, yes. Let's talk about that. Okay, so we'll do that first thing back, then we'll get back to about
Yep.
another, like, let's
Then
say
back to the
30, 40
music,
minutes
yeah.
of music, and so we'll see you guys then. We're just going to take a quick 10, and once again, as they say in showbiz, we're just going to pay the bills. We'll be right back.
Powder my nose.
Well, it would help if I turn my mic on. Yeah. So thanks for the comment, Nick. Really enjoyed that. All good working on listen. Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot. To
I
say
thought maybe you thought it was a 15-minute break for a second.
I got distracted. I was listening to that song again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just thought I'd be curious because she responded to one of the comments, so I just commented back, just mentioning that we're discussing it on the show now.
Yeah, I had actually sent her the same thing because I had gotten one when I was outside just now. So I told her that we're actually reviewing it, live on the show, and then I'll send her all the details later so she can check that out. So let's see. So let's get this thing going. So we'll stop the screen. So what do you think? I'm grab bag again? The grab bag. Gotta keep on. Oh, see, I gotta get it. The purple bowl of
Destiny. Let's have a look now. Let's see what. Oh, God, what's it keep doing? Oh, I see what it's doing. Right, okay. God, it's not very manageable for somebody like me. Right, okay. So we've got in here, just to show that I'm doing it for real, stirring them up.
You actually have stuff in there.
No.
Nope. No, you don't. Okay.
Imaginary. It's all imaginary at this stage.
Imaginary stuff still.
So you got funk, or this is interesting. Let's go for funk, or this category is cinematic. Funk or cinematic?
Ooh,
Keep
tough.
my-
That's a tough one.
Hmm.
Did we have cinematic here? Electronic dance. Punk, rap, underground. Cinematic maybe towards the
Of course, it's not in. It's in popularity order, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see how many follow.
Hold on, because I just saw funk.
There should be something. Depends if you've joined the groups or not. Maybe you haven't. If you join the groups, then there'll be a bar just where it says home groups, post, saved, and me in your slaps.com. Just beneath that, there'll be a bar across with all the categories. There we are. So those categories across there. So if you've joined those categories, then they'll be in there. If not, we'll just have to do a random one from there. There's instrumentals. That's close to cinematic, maybe.
Could
Oh,
be.
there's underground as well.
How about that? Underground.
Yeah, the underground sound.
That's
Let's go
good.
with that. I think I must have misread what that last label, so it must have said underground.
So we got okay. So we'll skip past the hot section. Go into the new section.
Yeah, I love this idea of brand new, hot off the press.
Yeah.
Someone's just released their first one or something. It's really exciting.
Oh well, it looks like that's what it is. So the underground, the new section, and the hot section happens to contain Brody J, which is posted 3 hours ago.
Mm.
So the song is called "Gone," featuring Jahil. If I'm saying that right, come together nicely on this calm but upbeat song about heartbreak. Well, let's give it a listen. I like the sound of it already.
It's a parental advisory.
No, we don't care about that here.
One day I'll be gone. You'll be wondering what went wrong. It's so out the blue. What's going on with you? I guess I'll find it on my own. Yeah. We used to be so steady, but these days, girl, I couldn't be more ready. Why you gotta be so petty? It's been a long day, I'm pissed off already. On my neck, I'm under pressure. I can't lie, girl, we've been better. I must confess, I've been thinking maybe we shouldn't be together. I never wanted to go. I just wanted a place to call home. So why did you push me away? How could you push me away? One day I'll be gone. You'll be wondering what went wrong. It's so out the blue, what's going on on with you. I guess I'll find it on my own. Yeah. One day I'll be gone. You'll be wondering what went wrong. It's so out the blue. What's going on with you? I guess I'll find it on my own. Yeah.
Why would you think that a part would be the best from the start? I would have guessed that we'd be here till the end of time. But that's fine now. Guess love took a time out, and it's the last one. If you knew about my past love, you probably had left before we ever met. I'm a bad one. I wasn't the best, and I know I get stressed when I'm totally never supposed to. I always kept my heart on my sleeve, but you made it sleeveless. Why are you so evil? I guess I never know the truth. Exposed my soul to you, now I'm cold and blue. Held me close to you, so I felt the heat, but realized that the only thing that's warm is me. Supposed to be wherever a couple woes would be, but one was me. Now we making Opal V. Sold the seeds, but now I'm in the field with weeds. It's killing me. I thought that you would go with me, but one day I'll be gone, and you'll be wondering what went wrong. It's so out the blue. What's going on with you? I guess I'll find it on my own.
One day I'll be gone. You'll be wondering what went wrong. It's so out the blue. What's going on with you? I guess I'll find it on my own. Yeah.
Technical error. Carl,
Hmm.
take it away, my friend.
It wasn't too bad. I quite liked it. It was just sort of fairly upbeat and pleasant. It's got that sort of. I think the what's it called? The autotune effect is so overused that it turns me off a lot when I hear it, because it's just another, and it's always that sound of vocal as well. It's not like being experimental with it. It's just that kind of sound, which is the popular sound, of course. But actually, production wise, sounded okay. It was nice, pleasant song. 3 and a bit minutes. Yeah, it was okay actually. I mean, wasn't unbearable or anything like that, and it wasn't didn't set the world alight for me. But some people will like that. But yeah, it was all right actually. Sort of like it sort of jogged along quite pleasantly, didn't it?
It did. The first thing, and I was kind of excited about it when the song started. Is I don't know if you remember this group called Hello Goodbye.
Nope.
Oh, this has got to be like late 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a song from Hello Goodbye, just real quick. Just
I like where we are when we drive in your car. I like where we are.
so it started coming off to me as that, and I was pretty excited for it. The only thing is probably one thing that I hate more than overlaid vocals is probably the overuse of autotone or autotune.
Yep.
And you don't really necessarily have to have like the greatest singing voice or anything like that, with especially with that type of music, which is kind of like, let's say, hip hop ish. Not exactly hip hop, not exactly rap. It's just kind of like in between, right? So you don't necessarily really have to have the greatest voice to get your point across. But the one thing that people will notice for sure is when the auto-tune keeps on going and going and going and going, because it just sounds like that kind of like annoying reverb in your mind and everything, right? So yeah, that's the only thing that really made me like kind of like not a fan of that song in particular. It was just that
Yeah, I think it's the same for me.
overuse of auto-tune in that.
Yeah, and that goes through the music industry as a whole. I mean, it is an overused effect. The problem is, since Cher had Believe as that big hit, and it was used as an effect rather than as an auto tune. So it was used purely as a vocal effect. Um, I, yeah, I don't mind, but if you talk about 20, 30 years ago when that came, well, that's about 25 years ago. It was 96 or something, wasn't it? Believe so, 95, 96. So it's been quite a while, nearly 30 years, and people
Been
are
a long
still.
time, man.
Yeah, it's a long time to have the same sound and not try something a bit different and inventive and creative. It's a bit of a go-to, isn't it? It's that sound, and maybe you're right. Maybe it's that sort of sound that smooths over vocals that aren't really that great. Maybe. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of use of it if people are using it to, just to naturally, well, sort of without making the vocal sound unnatural. I think you've either got to go for it and make it a sort of robotic vocoder type autotune voice and go the whole hog to make it obvious you're using autotune as an effect, or just use it in a very, pitch correction of things in a very subtle, natural way. Otherwise, you can really hear that it's pitch corrected. It's just a thing that's it. It's not that it's a bad thing. It's just overused, as you say.
Yeah. I think, if you're a singer and you know that you can't hit that high G, for example, right? But the rest of the song really flows, then the auto tune right there, I think is good, right? Because it goes into the song very seamlessly, right? Whereas if basically your entire song has gone pretty much auto-tuned, then it's very distinguishable. And I don't think that a lot of people will want to listen to that, honestly. That's just, once again, my honest opinion. A different strokes for different folks, as we always say. Music is a perception of mine, and it's a perception of yourself. So if you liked it, then great. No, I mean, listen, it was a nicely arranged song. They still had it. They still had it done the way that it was supposed to be, but just kind of would I throw it on the playlist? No.
I think that's the thing. It's a throwaway one. It's there was an element of being formulaic about it. I suppose it's it sounds like a lot of other songs, and there's nothing in there that really is different. I mean, unlike the guy right at the start, Liam, he sounded Beatlesque, but the chords and the movement and everything, it was different to anything else you'll hear tonight.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I even brought up Roger Waters.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. It is different in a sense, that it may sound like somebody, but it may sound like somebody else to somebody else. So once again, the song itself may be sounding, Beatlesque in that sense. Still, the vocals had a completely different effect on me than they obviously did for you, right? So which was great. But once again, just that song obviously had no auto-tune in it. Maybe it did, but if it did, then it was very subtle. It was only for specific portions.
Yeah,
it was arranged nicely, and hey.
Well, most pop songs they almost all without fail use autotune. I mean, if we get to play Mother's Love, the track in a little while, there's no autotune. I wanted a raw vocal on that one, and if I use it at all on any tracks, it's just to steer it slightly, and I try to avoid it or use it minimally in the most natural way possible, so it just doesn't sound like anything's auto-tuned. It might only be one phrase or something that isn't quite right somehow, but I like to have a little bit of leeway really with the vocals, because they then sound more natural and a bit sometimes off kilter. If sometimes if you sing it just right, it could be off kilter, which is a good thing. But the artists didn't have auto-tune years ago. I mean, in the 60s and 70s and 80s, none of the artists had auto-tune, but they got by all right. And some of those, you hear some of the old vocals, the mistakes are in there, or there might be a slightly flat note, but it actually works because that's what becomes familiar to you. So therefore, that's a key it's not a key point of the song, but it's a point of interest in the song.
Yeah.
And sometimes it can sound just right. It can be right. Yeah, wrong can be right.
Wrong can be right. Occasionally, I guess, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you make these mistakes. I mean, it's going to be a future album title of mine is Happy Accidents. And I think we get these in the studio sometimes. You get them in life, but certainly in music, you get these happy accidents. You, particularly with the digital age, you sort of move a file across and, I moved the drum part into the keyboard and it's making this wonderful rhythm effect. Or you've just slung something to one side for a moment, put it in this different section of the song than was intended.
Yeah.
And hey presto, you've got the end coder of a song or something, and it just seems to work. So, or you've got some counterpoint going on that you weren't expecting. So there are these happy accidents, and I think those kind of things that are slightly off kilter, wrong, as I say, can be right. If they feel right, it's good.
That's actually what happened with Missy Elliott.
Oh,
the song "Work It."
Mm-hmm.
Nobody could ever figure out for the longest time. Nobody could figure out what she was saying in the chorus, because it almost sounded like it was Russian, but it wasn't. What the audio engineer had ended up doing is he accidentally hit the reverse button, and so the chorus portion of it, when she says, "I take my thing down, flip it, and reverse it," and then it goes into that nyam, 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 right, and it almost sounds Russian. That's exactly. It is that portion of what she's saying, but it's just backwards because the engineer accidentally hit the reverse button.
Wow.
And so eventually they ended up saying that, let's leave it in there. It's gonna, it's gonna create some talk about it. It's gonna create some buzz, right? And that's exactly what it did. And it was a brilliant move, even though it was a very happy accident. So especially for Missy Elliott, because "Work It" was definitely one of the songs that had her, blow up in the scene as she did. So. Brilliant moves.
Yeah.
Happy
it
accidents.
happens.
Happy accidents.
But sometimes you got to just have that antennae and the instinct and the open mind to just look at all possibilities and probabilities, so that when things happen, you've got to listen to those things rather than just move it back straight away to where it belongs. Just have a listen, always have a listen, stop, see if that sounds right, because it might be something you think, now that's changed the direction of the song. Now that's the bit I was looking for, or something, So or just a small point of interest where you just need to dip the volume down, have it in the background. It's still happening. It's there, but somebody might take 50 listens before they realize it's there.
Right. Yeah. We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, where there was a song and I couldn't even remember. I still don't remember what song it was, but it was like just recently, for the first time, I've actually heard this little background track that was there, and I wish once again that I knew which song it was, so that way it didn't sound like I was talking out of my ass here, because I'm not. There is a song, and I really, 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 after hearing it probably like 2 million times, I just noticed that one little effect in it, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool that it's there, and I just never knew it.
Well,
that's something that happens with the digital age also, right? Is the music gets amplified from what it was, from when it was vinyl, and from when it was, stereo cassette tapes, or whatever the case may be, even CDs. Now that we're completely digital, and we have these high bit rates that everything gets recorded, and you're going to catch these sounds more often than you wouldn't, I guess. Maybe.
Well, you are, and plus there's all these isolated vocals, isolated drum tracks, all these things on YouTube where you go to Brian May's isolated guitar solo, or Freddie Mercury's isolated vocal. I mean, they're just phenomenal anyway, but some of the vocals, but then you get the Who or something, isolated guitar track, drum track, the isolated drum track of Keith Moon's doing the Pinball Wizard. Now, Pinball Wizard, it's such a sort of this 4/4 time and all that kind of thing, and it's just got, you don't realize what's going on with the drums really until it's isolated, and if you listen to the isolated drums, it doesn't sound like the same song. You wouldn't think it's the same song, because the way he approaches it is so left field kind of thing. It's just bizarre really, but it fits the song. It's like, Ringo was always good in the Beatles for finding what fits and what feels right, and the groove. He was all about the groove and timing, of course, with him. But But I think, yeah, it's just important. What were we saying? What's the original point we were saying here? I've forgotten even what we were saying to start with. But this the actual original point was I've forgotten. But I think that's important. I mean, certainly, yeah. The feeling of a song is important. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's next?
I don't know. I was kind of thinking because you know that I don't like to do a lot of mainstream stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking Tom McDonald had released a video today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just slightly thinking about that one because here's the thing with Tom McDonald is he refused to go mainstream. He's still, very much underground, and he's an independent artist. He has no record label.
Oh.
So I'm just kind of like wondering, do we do another Purple Bowl of Destiny, or do you want to check out Tom McDonald?
Let's try Tom McDonald. I mean, I've heard of him. I don't really know much of his stuff, so yeah, why not? If he's independent, then he gets on the show.
He is independent. He is absolutely 100%. He does not have a record label. He is a self-made man. So, all the money that he has and everything, he built it by himself from the ground up. I contacted his management back in the day when we first started doing this because I would have loved to have him as a guest on the show. I mean, he's a scary looking kind of dude and everything like that, for anybody that hasn't seen him. But the thing is that, again, he's a self-made man. He refused to buy into the crap. He refused to sign a record label. He refused to take any of the money, and he built this whole persona and his musical style all by himself. So I think maybe he's worthy of it. Why the hell not? So this one's called what? The song for the first time ever. This one's called The System. Is what it looks like. Yep, Tom McDonald, The System. Let's take a listen. Let's check it out.
Welcome to the world, baby boy. I'll paint you red and white and blue. The indoctrination starts as soon as you come out the womb. Pretty quick, we'll make you stupid with curriculums at school. And if the classroom doesn't do the trick, we'll make you watch the news. Pick your team, right or left, take the red pill or the blue. You can vote, but even if you win, still everyone will lose. Don't forget to buy designer because Gucci makes you cool. We prioritize material belongings over truth. Get a job that you can stand so you can buy some cans of food. Go overseas and die for freedom. There's some oil we can use. Our democracy exists so that you think that you can choose. But our algorithms make you do what we want you to do. What's the problem? Your depressed society has you confused. We got medication for you that you'll probably abuse. Go get married to a lady who also don't have a clue, and pop out a few babies that are just the same as you. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the world, baby girl. I'll paint you pink if that's okay. We'll encourage self-destruction through the music that you play. We divided all the men by trying politics and race, and honestly, it's working awesome. So for you, we'll do the same. Never teaching you to love yourself, inject you full of hate. Objectify your sexuality, then blame you for the rape. And weaponize the differences that make our men and women great. And just to screw with you, erase the genders. Everyone's the same. We'll empower you with rights to vote and fight for equal pay. Then have the men turn into women and you'll fight for them again. But you thought you had it figured out, but everything has changed. Welcome to the system. Please enjoy your stay. Here's a Bible and a bottle of the cheapest booze we make. Find a man who can take care of you to fill the holes we make. Buy a house to settle down, fulfill your duty, procreate, and make a couple babies who will also do the same. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong.
Welcome to the world, everybody. I'ma paint you black and white. I'ma make you hate each other so that everyone will fight. I'ma give you all religion, let the righteous find the light. But I will also give you science to oppose the word of Christ. And I'ma give you borders, they're imaginary lines. If you cross them, go to war and win when everybody dies. And I'ma give you money that you'll value more than life. And let the 1% have everything while you fight to survive. And then I'll give you politics, I'll call it left and right. And while you divide yourselves, I will conquer both the sides. Can't you see? I'm the system, my whole purpose is divide. What you choose will never matter because everything is mine. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong. Welcome to the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you all. Here inside the system, violence is a symptom. Fighting for what's right, but somehow everyone is wrong.
So just some slight political undertones there. The politics does not come through at all, I'm sure.
Well, this is an interesting one because I don't know if it's Rookie that played this to me first or yourself, but Tom McDonald, and yeah, he's different. There's a few interesting things. I mean, my son was watching this. I can't remember because Dr. Lewis is kind of young and quite woke and with it and right on, and he was watching somebody analysing Tom McDonald and really sort of going to town, dissing him, kind of in a sort of just taking it apart and saying, "Oh, this is rubbish because of this." But everyone's got a right to review and everything, and he's popular because he expresses one side of the argument or the political view, and most of his songs are quite political as well. Well, they're political, but they're about things, aren't they, that are going on now? The contemporary issues that he's dealing with. But I just think, well, could you imagine being a baby looking up and with a bloke like that looking down on you and rapping? I think it'd be quite scary. I mean, the thing is, you grow up and your parents, that's everything around you is what's normal to you. So I wonder what it'd be like to have a dad like that.
I don't know. Well, I mean, obviously he's definitely far from, the woke side.
Yeah.
He's definitely speaking of conservative views and everything. I mean, there's obviously, I like Tom McDonald because there's certain points that, I completely agree with in what he's saying. And there's certain points where, I don't, right? Like you really have to sit there. We could do a show just on this song alone with dissecting the certain aspects and the kind of like governing that goes on in your mind about like actually doing it, right. But I just think, listen, the overall message is that I think myself personally is that he's right. Listen, the system hates us. Doesn't matter whether we are left or right or independent or whatever the case may be. The system is not made for the people anymore. And I hate to take this off onto a political tangent because we said that we wouldn't, but it's just kind of this really gets you thinking. It really gets you thinking, so.
Well, it does apply to music as well, because whilst a lot of music artists are actually on the left side, and artistic pursuits tend to be more left wing than and liberal than right wing traditionally. So I must be getting tired. My brain's not functioning properly. But basically, I think the point he raises, the music, whilst people are on the left largely in music, the music industry is part of that system, and it's no different really, because it just takes the select few, the 1% of top artists, and pays them, and the rest of everyone else has to struggle. So it's no different to society. It's a mirror of society. Anyway, the music industry, but it's so tough as well. So that system is very hard to break down, You've got to be, most music artists will have neither the time, the resource, and the money to pursue their craft in a meaningful way. I mean, when I was on furlough for 6 months, I recorded 2 albums with the stuff and released 2 albums. So I know I could be very productive if I was doing music full time. I'd learn a lot more. I'd pick up so many interesting, useful things, record all the old tracks that I've been writing over the years, 30 plus years, and record new songs and write new songs and collaborate. So it would be incredible, but I haven't got I'm doing a day job. I got to hold that down, try and earn bonus on that, and then do the house stuff as well, the usual stuff. So it's just not feasible unless you're somebody in a sort of financially advantaged situation.
No,
and you're lucky, then you can pursue it.
Yeah, but the whole thing is most people that are financially advantaged, they do not produce music. They have, I guess, better things to do, hang out on the yacht and stuff like that. Like, listen,
I think most people don't do music. I mean, it's very few people really in the grand scheme of things. When you talk to people about, I do music, I've got some albums out, it's like a real sort of feels like a really unique thing. And it's not, because we know when you're on slaps, there's just on slaps alone, if you can call it competition, there's just so much competition out there.
I don't call it competition. It's the same way that I look at Uber, having another driver out there, that's not competition. That's a teammate, for crying out loud. Listen, there's plenty of work to go around for everybody. It's just, it depends on which way you look at it. The same thing with music. It's like, when we were talking about hating, what would happen if everybody just collaborated for a day or a month or whatever? One of the truest quotes that I've ever heard in my life is that youth is wasted on the young.
Oh yeah.
Because can you imagine if you had this embodiment right now and you knew everything that you knew in your mind right now, but you had all the free time in the world, so you could not only produce your music, but you could also, network with people, network with musicians, and say, hey, I have this idea and I have this idea. Like, imagine what kind of circle of success that would become. But no, it doesn't, because it's always one of these things, even when we're doing the show, it's kind of like, okay, well, we're going to hop on here and we're going to wing it for the most part, right? Because the whole thing is that, like, I've listened to this and I've listened to this, and let's kind of like bring this idea together. But the whole thing is that, you work, I work, we're constantly going. I'm dead tired over here. You know what I mean? But it's just kind of like, I want to get this out there because this is something that both you and I believe in, and we should believe in it.
Yeah.
Just as the other show that we did, and that would be the thing. That would be the ultimate thing. Like, if I could sit here 12 hours a day, even 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day, I could just sit here 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and just focus on this show. Do you know how much success this would have? It would be absolutely ridiculous. It would be absolutely bonkers, right? So let's do that. Let's put all the kids to work.
Yeah.
All the kids from 0 to 18 years old, let's put them to work, so that way, you and I can do our thing, right? But it's just one of the downfalls of being, an adult.
Well, life just gets in the way, doesn't it? I mean, it's there's so many obstacles to doing them. It's I still feel amazed that I do what I do, considering the little time I have.
Right.
But something's always got to give. So at the moment, I've not been exercising because I've been working on that single, Mother's Love, with Russ Palladino in New York. Now, there's been a lot of extra hours, plus the show here. We've been doing sort of bits and bobs here and with the other show. So it's just a juggling act, but something always has to give, because there are never enough hours in the day. But to do the music, then I see less of Susie. So, there's always some price to pay somewhere. If I want to do something, the thing is, the most successful people in history always are usually the ones that are the most dedicated or ruthless. Or look, Dickens wasn't necessarily the best family person, but he was so prolific with his writing and so good with it, because he was just dedicated to and focused on his task.
Well, when you can actually sit there and scrutinize every word that's there, obviously you're going to put together something brilliant, so But that's just the thing, is that, adult life gets in the way, and it just becomes more of, I'm still not going to call it a hobby, because it's not a hobby. It is definitely a passion. And especially from most of the people that I've spoken with, it's not a hobby for them. It is a passion. It's something that they believe in. It's something that they want to do. And, any way that I can, or that we can help contribute to that, then, hey, I mean, it'll just be fantastic. I'm like, even today, like today's like the only day that I actually take off. So I slept in a little bit, but then I woke up and, I put the dishes in the dishwasher, and, I hopped out to the store to buy vegetables and checked some emails, and then, kind of like went about daily business. Before you knew it, I had to go over to my mom's place to, to put the cat in the, in the transport bin to get him over to the vets and everything like that. And then I came back over here and, got this thing started. And now here we are, season some steaks to cook up for later on after we're done doing the show. But that's the thing, is just like, it seems like so minimal amount of things to have actually done. But when you look at it throughout the day, then it was just like bam, 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 bam. It was like somebody shooting a gun off and like, go, go, go.
Yeah.
Go. Like the starting pistol, right? Like, go, go. And you got to get this done. You got to get that done. Everything. Like it didn't even dawn on me really that it took me 35 minutes just to go from here a mile down the street to the grocery store, get the vegetables that I needed to make the salad that I'm going to make today. And get back home and just unpack it and put it in the fridge. It took 35 minutes, but it felt like it was like nothing and forever at the same time. So it's just kind of weird. So this would be nice. It would be nice to, once again, this collaboration and this kind of like getting the word out on everybody, and just like kind of like networking and everything like that. I think that in the long term of things, it would just be so beneficial to everybody, rather than just, being bogged down and weighed down all the time with constant responsibilities.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So that's where we are with the show with Tom McDonald. Do we want to do one more grab bag? Purple Bowl of Destiny. I keep on saying grab bag. God, I got that. I got the grab bag from the last show, and it's just like sticking in my head like nothing.
Let's have a look and see.
Because I know you're tired. I can always tell when you're tired.
Yeah, I'm flagging a little bit. Well, we did rock, didn't we, earlier? Did we do rock? We did rock. Let's have a look. Well, we've got depends what category you can find as well that I pull out. Oh, what have we got there? So let's have a look.
Let me refresh the page.
So it's electronic. If you just pan across.
How about we do this? Leave the Purple Bowl of Destiny alone.
Yes.
I just refreshed the home page. Okay, so this is on the hot tab. Let's just do the new tab.
Almost guarantee it's going to be rap or hip hop.
En lo que me convertí. It is hip hop. But it's posted 1 minute ago.
Okay.
Like literally
fresh
1 minute ago, right here. See, I was pointing to it with my finger, like you can see it. 1 minute ago. Let's take a listen, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's give hip hop a chance, people. Come on. I miss good hip hop. For all of you guys out there that do rap and hip hop, you guys seriously need to up your game. All right.
Yeah, and stop starting the songs with Yeah. Because every song starts like that, and you've got to do something more creative.
Okay, so
like Kendrick Lamar or something.
So how about this? If this song starts with like we're just gonna cut it and end the show. How about that?
Well, I'm hoping we can squeeze in Mother's Love as well at some point. Although we could do that next show, but it's before Mother's Day, so I thought we might do it quite timely.
Oh no, absolutely. Okay, so let's do that. Let's get through this one. Then we got Mother's Love, and then we're done for today. Because we're what? My God, 4 hours, Carl. This always happens between you and I. We say, yeah, we're going to talk for 30 minutes. Nope. 6 hours down the road.
Wow, 120 almost.
That's what I'm saying. 3 hours, 47 minutes, 7 seconds right now is exactly what we've been broadcasting live. Okay. All right, let's get this on. So not really that fluent in Spanish, so just pardon me if I butcher this. En lo que me convertí.
convertí en adicto en lanzar barras sobre el track. De modo muy distinto vivo, rimo, trazo estilo sin igual. No me costó trabajo fluir con velocidad, brindarle al ritmo poesía, musicalidad. Me convertí en un blanco de la crítica social. Fui señalado al grado de ese riesgo potencial. Maldito depravado, escucha al barrio murmurar. No miren al bastardo, tengan miedo, es el mal. Te emana su mirada, a lo lejos logré escuchar. Vecinas son arpías, por su boca tiran sal. Son las serpientes escondidas entre el matorral. Un movimiento en falso y mira, no tendrán piedad. Existen falsas víctimas que gustan señalar. Tengo la culpa de hablar y oportunidad, así que elegí un arma la cual le llaman hip hop. Con esa cerraré la boca de cualquier rival. Me refugié en reglones entre bombos y cajones. El compás de mis canciones, mis grandes composiciones. Tú tendrás en oído pistas prodigiosas finas como jazz. Pocos versos de este calibre en tu vida escucharás. Me contagié del beat, ahora vivo yo del ritmo. Topaces salen con su escepticismo, molesto con mi cinismo. Monumentos que por mis rimas son tu catecis. Modestia no tengo al mic, con soltura muestro skills. Te comparto grandes riffs, me volví experto en el beef. Si me atacas te doy distract, tu track a desistir ante tan grandiosas líricas, algebraicas míticas, explícitas místicas. Mastica estas líneas artísticas, no me canso y más. Me desato y te atasco, te mando hasta atrás, para que mires y aprendas cómo es el buen rap. Ratas a callar, yo haciendo malas líricas, eso jamás. Trágate estas dagas y ponte a hacer gárgaras. Te trabas al cantar, no intentes pronunciar mi nombre en tu lengua, es como blasfemar. Vamos, grita más, tómate el tiempo, escríbelo, díselo a los demás. Que el mundo no se olvide quién es ni del son Hernán. Que en todas partes conozcan todo mi historial. Vamos, grita más, batalea, tírate al suelo, ponte a llorar. Rasguña, golpea, nunca te calles jamás. A todo el mundo.
All right, sorry guys, but even I have my limits. Yeah.
Well, with the echo, that there was a sort of bit of, I don't know if it was on the track or was that on Slaps, wasn't it? So it shouldn't have the echo because it sounded like it was going. Because
has the Slaps thing been coming through like super clear?
No, but it hasn't had the echo. The YouTube ones have had the echo.
No, this one, the vocals were 100% overlaid, and what made it even worse was that not only were the vocals overlaid, but it sounded like maybe there was somebody kicking a kick drum in the distance, and somebody was holding a microphone maybe up to the kick drum, and then the melody may have been playing on a tape player or something like that, So it was just, I'm sorry, but even I have my limits, guys. Like, listen, I wish you luck. I seriously do. There's always a beginning to something great, and I hate to. Oh, we're having. Oh, Facebook usually cuts us off first anyway, so that's fine. Well, we just cut off of Facebook. Maybe they didn't like the song either.
All right. Okay.
They were just like, okay, we're out of here. We're done. You're done for that matter. So we just got kicked off of Facebook.
Must have been swearing in Spanish or something.
Maybe. Hopefully not for good. But
well, it's I looked up the translation actually while it was playing. It was on Lo que me converti, something along the lines of "At a look at what I've become," or here's what I've become.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I thought it had something to do with a convertible, but that's just
I thought
that's just my stupid brain going at it. You know what I mean? So no, a lot of work to be done here. A lot of work before this makes it into any kind of realm of professionalism. We didn't have a breakaway. We didn't really even have a solid intro, right? We didn't even get into like a kind of thing. There was no solid intro. There was no solid transition. There was no solid chorus. It's just a perpetual, never-ending verse. And for some people that's fine, but it's just not my cup of tea. And the audio quality once, probably even worse than our audio quality is right now. So just not a fan, not in the least bit.
Yep.
So
no, it wasn't for me. I think it attacked the ears too much. But then a lot of the rap does that. I like if I do listen to rap at all, I mean, I listen to a few tracks through Louis, who's playing at the moment. He's still into Eminem, but also into Kendrick Lamar and a few other bits, The Weeknd and stuff. So if it's creative and it's interesting, I like it. If it's too sweary and too coarse, I'm not. It just turns me off. It feels unnecessary, but Yeah, I mean, there are some sort of okay rap tracks that are, from in Spanish. It seems to be quite a big thing, but it just didn't work for me. Just yeah. And I that was a really good. I was thinking as we were listening to it, that the vocals were overlaid, and that was such a good example of what you don't like and what I don't like. It's just vocals not melting into the mix, but being just overlaid over a backing track.
Yes. I am so not a fan of that because it will ruin a song. Like you could have the hottest beat and the rhythm that you can imagine, but if your vocals are, on top of the mix, it will ruin it completely. And I don't care what kind of song you're doing, whether you're doing rock, whether you're doing rap, hip hop, dance, whatever the case may be, whatever you're doing, you need to treat your vocals as an instrument. You need to mix them in there with everything else. You have to have somebody, kind of like the same thing with starting a television program, for example, right? When you start up a television program, people that write scripts for sitcoms, for example, right? They don't necessarily put themselves into the lead role. Just because they're a writer doesn't mean that they can actually play the part, right? So Vince Gill, one of the better writers that I could think of when it comes to TV shows, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, all this kind of stuff, right? He had Bryan Cranston. Now, Bryan Cranston, in my opinion, is a phenomenal actor of many talents. So the role of Walter White in Breaking Bad, nobody could have played that better than Walter Cranston. You could never replace him in that show at all. So if Vince Gill had probably started it, then it would have been bad. And this is the thing: is just look for an engineer. Look for an engineer that can help you out with these sorts of issues. It's not just a one-person project, a song, really, ever, right? So look outwards. So now we're going to go to, I know I can see you. You are fading off hardcore.
Yeah, I am, yeah. I think Louis will be home from his nightclub soon. He might beat me to bed.
He's still out?
Yeah, he's out. He's anticipating getting back about 2:00 in the morning. But so I might get to bed before he comes home.
Okay, so that's a Slaps link that you sent me. Mother's Love. Here we go. Found it.
Yeah, I don't know if the track's going to come out a bit quiet or anything, but it sounded quiet compared to. I thought it'd been mixed at the right volume, but I think it's okay. But who knows? It's a soft, gentle track anyway.
We'll see in a minute if I can find.
This was basically give you a little bit of background to it. It was Russ Palladino. I can't remember how we got talking, but it was whether it was through Slaps or whatever it was. But anyway, turns out he's a. Actually, no, he's on a social media on Getter actually, and because he was just a bit. We were just commenting on the fact that it was just a lot of conservatives frothing at the mouth there who had sort of been scolded on Twitter. But anyway, so he was on there and we're just commenting and chatting, and he's a musician. There's a few musicians on there, and yeah, we just hit like we did. Yeah, we just and Rookie. Yeah, we just hit it off, and but he'd sent through a few tracks that he was working on. Or had been working on, only about a minute long each, half minute long, that kind of thing,
Right.
Just sample little things. And the track, one of them that he sent through about 8 or so, one of them just stood out, and I thought, oh, that's nice. And so I put it into the DAW, into the digital audio workstation, and then just configured it as if it was a 3.5 minute song. We worked on it from there. I did some lyrics, did all the vocals over it, and sent it to him, and he said, I never imagined a song like that before, and he'd never collaborated with somebody in the way that we have. So he kept a very open mind. He was excellent, and he's such a good saxophonist. I can't praise him enough. He's brilliant, and he's a good producer. He's got such a good ear for the music and the subtleties.
So this is who you were telling me about when we were talking about Careless Whisper.
Yes, Careless Whisper,
Yes.
yeah.
I can't wait to work on that, by the way. That'll be my Weird Al Yankovic take on Careless Whisper, by the way, just for anybody that doesn't know. We don't need to go into details just yet. Yeah. But so you say he's great.
He's great.
Yeah,
And
this is-
so it was his lovely initial composition that I reconfigured, and then we've reconfigured it since then as well. And it just, because it was called Mother's Love, I thought, well, okay, that's interesting. And we had the USA Mothering Sunday coming up on the 8th of May, and I thought, well, if we can try and get it out for then, that's good, and share it. And motherhood and womanhood's under attack at the moment, and I think we need to stand up for it. And just, I just wanted to write something from the heart, partly based on my mum and partly based on traits of motherhood generally that I see. And it was just a sort of sentimental song from the heart that we thought, actually, it feels a bit special, this one, but hopefully people will like it.
Well, let's take a listen. Here we go with Mother's Love. It's featuring Ross Palladino, the single edit. Let's give it a round of applause before we even start.
Okay.
All right.
Echo again.
Mother is an angel, gifted from above. Bonds and lies together, the gentle, tender warmth. Teacher and cheerleader, comforter and carer, fighter and defender, holder of your hand, always in your heart. Everybody needs a mother's love, maker of the memories through the living years, bringer of the laughter, crier of the tears. She's a true homemaker, she's a cook and baker, she's a real heartbreaker when she isn't there, when she's no longer there. Everybody needs a mother's love. Everybody needs a mother's love. Beauty like a flower, love without an end, kindly kindred spirit, your forever friend, listening with patience, keeper of your secrets, when you bare your soul. She is always there, even when she's gone. Everybody needs a mother's love. Everybody needs a mother's love. Everybody needs a mother's love.
Well, definitely a great song for Mother's Day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it will connect with people and they'll think about their mum, and there'll be some elements of their mum in some of the lyrics somewhere, and how they might miss them. It's yeah, I love the way he used a soprano sax for that. I was hearing a deeper sax, tenor sax or something, just. But he heard it differently, and actually it turned out much better in the sax solo. Because he used the soprano, it's just got a nicer sort of timbre to it for that kind of song.
I think it works. It works. I saw the visual for this, but I mean, with the visual also. So you're gonna have to send me that YouTube link. I should have that.
I think I did send it to the group. Yeah.
Yeah. So I should have that one. So the YouTube link will be available for the song as well. Because what's cool about it is because it sounds very old school. It sounds very campy and everything like that, So it definitely sounds something that, you could be like around the campfire singing, just listening. I mean, it goes great exactly for what it's meant to be, is showing love to mom. You know what I mean? So yeah. I mean, obviously, listen, I'm not going to rag on your production quality here or anything like that. I'm glad that you finally decided to raise your vocals because that's one problem that I have, especially with Bubba Blondie, was because it could have been a much better song, but your vocals were just like so tied into the to the main mix that it drowned them out. So now your voice is much more out there, which is great. So I'm glad that you kind of took my advice on that. So
which is interesting because we actually dropped what Russ, because he did the production on this one, the most of the production on it. I just sent him the vocal tracks raw, and just gave an example of how I would mix them in, and panned them for him, how I would pan them. So, but the I got the balance on that one. I just wanted the lower lead vocal to I double tracked everything as well. So basically, I've got the double tracked lower lead, double tracked higher lead, mid to high lead, and harmony. Then there's a falsetto high octave for the chorus. Then there's a low and mid harmony that comes in right on the third chorus, because the song just gradually, because it's a simple structure of song, it's gradually has to build. Something has to be. So there's lots of little points of interest in there and detail in there. But
Yes.
And I added a harpsichord and harp at the end as well that do some nice little sort of counter melody stuff. So, but yeah, the vocals. Now, interestingly enough, he heard it as a sort of Pink Floyd sort of song because he was hearing, which some people have said before about because I've got quite a breathy sort of vocal. And particularly when it's layered up, it's quite breathy, and airy. So he was saying he heard a sort of Dave Gilmour sort of thing going on there and a Pink Floyd thing. So he wanted to mix it like it was a Pink Floyd type of song, which it isn't really, but it's kind of. I can hear what he was saying because it was.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, because he was saying
it's subtle, but I mean it's.
Yeah, but he actually dropped it into the sort of mix nicely, and he liked the way I'd panned the vocals. So I think it was just him setting it in there, softening, because the high end was a bit harsh on the T's, S's, and ch sort of sounds, and it wasn't a case of doing the de-esser. It was just literally a case of just softening those, doing a low pass.
Right.
But so it's all becomes quite soft, and it's quite a gentle sort of song. We wanted the song and the music itself to reflect all the aspects of the lyrics, really. So be soft, gentle, and warm, and enveloping like a mother, really. So the whole thing with we put a lot of thought into what goes where, and suggestions and things. So it was good though. It all came together, and I've said to Russ, because he's got loads of sort of bits and bobs. He's talking about syncing. This is something we should talk about as well in a future show, once I know a bit more about it, or have him on the show to talk about it. But we were talking about songs, and I said, well, look, now I've got a saxophonist that, he's really good, plays wedding band live stuff and everything, and he's great. And he was so sympathetic to the phrase. When you hear the solo, the phrasing is just sympathetic to the vocal phrasing. It's really good. We had he did two different solos. One was my suggestion, which was two saxes having a sort of conversation, then coming together at the end and harmonizing. And it was clever, and but it sounded clever, and that's what we didn't like about it. Whereas the single sax really just sounded beautiful on its own, and I just fell in love with it once I'd heard it on loudspeaker. That was it. So, but now I've got a sax player, that I can utilize and work with, and he's also good, proficient at other things. My thing was that I was I'm now thinking, right, I can finally write that big sax riff song, big 70s song, like Baker Street type thing. I can now do a smooth 70s Al Green soul sort of song, or a Muscle Shoals Atlantic soul late 60s Wilson Pickett type thing or something, and or Otis Redding or something. So world's my oyster now. Suddenly opened up all these avenues of songs that I want to do, and he's currently working on a sort of Al Green smooth 70s soul song, because he had something kicking around, and he said, I've finally found now the chords for the guitar that'll fit nicely for this one. So he's going to beaver away at that, and then I'll do the same again, put some lyrics, melody line, vocals, embellishments, ideas on top of that, and then we'll go from there. But this is such a wonderful way of working. It's exciting for me because because at the moment I haven't got the time to write lots of songs and do lots of music, but that sort of cuts the job in half, really. And it's a great thing. So the collaboration, I don't mind going 50% with people. If it's a success, then it's 50% of something's better than 100% of nothing. And if it doesn't go anywhere, it's there's nothing lost.
Agree with you 100%. We've been talking about that a lot with the collaboration and everything like that. Let's do that. You talk with Russ. Let's talk about like the synchronization and all that kind of stuff. Let's make an episode out of it where we don't really get into too many songs, right? We can make an example kind of a video out of tips and techniques. So maybe helping some people along the way. But in either case, once again, I mean, you did great. So just with what you were talking about, with just kind of like doing the automation, that's one thing to talking about by itself, right? With just removing the shizzes and the and all that and all those sounds out of the music and everything like that. This is what makes a song is, I mean, we're listening to it, from my end, I'm listening to it, the way that it's presented, right? Whereas from your end, you're listening to it the way that it was constructed. Right. So you definitely have a lot more input on it. And it would be great. It would be great if we talked with a lot of these artists, and this is why I do leave the comments and I do like hit the fire button and everything like that. It's just because if I could talk with them later on, we could maybe have them on as guests on the show, then maybe they could like have their own contribution, right? As to where the song is going, what was the initial, motivation or momentum for it, or the idea, or whatever the case may be, right? It could have been as simple as something as sitting, in a restaurant and folding a napkin, 3 times, who knows where you get your inspiration from. But this is what music is all about. This is, once again, subjective to the individuals and subjective to the people that actually wrote it. And, hopefully the point is always, getting across. Sometimes it's not, maybe we missed the point with the last song that we played. Before yours, obviously the hip hop like way overlay, right? But let's keep on doing this. I'm absolutely having a fantastic time. I wish we could literally go on forever. We cannot. I'm tired. You're tired. We know this. I'm pretty sure everybody knows it at this point. I got it's way late in your neck of the woods, especially because I mean it's pretty early here. It's 8:42 now, and it's way late for you. So you're what, hitching on 2:00 in the morning at this point?
It's nearly 1:45. Yeah. So it's a bit later than planned, but it's the first show, and we're finding our feet again, aren't we? Really, with this, it'll take time, but it won't take too long. But I feel like we're sort of getting back into the swing of it already. Really, certainly after the first hour, it felt like we were sort of just getting back into the rhythm of the whole thing.
Yeah. I really feel like for this show, what we should be doing is we should be more focused on original content that you and I find together. The Purple Bowl of Destiny.
Yeah.
I really do feel that way, just because one song could get us started on a topic to talk about, like such as we talked about Tom McDonald, and then we played his song, for example, right? And then we went back and we checked out something else. And so far, I mean, from the Purple Bowl of Destiny, the non-existent topics that the Purple Bowl of Destiny has chosen for us, we've heard what was it, three songs?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Two of them were good. One of them was kind of like, I mean, starting off as a musician, I'm pretty sure. Nothing bad about any of them, but I think that we should stop sending each other ideas. And if you have an idea for a song that you want me to hear, and if I have an idea for a song that I want you to hear, then maybe let's keep them completely private and not exchange them through emails. Let's listen to them maybe for the first time together. You know what I mean? Just I think that's been working out a lot better. De Laurentiis, obviously you've heard her once before. And this is just like one of my things, is I think that she was phenomenal. She deserved, another mention and everything like that. But I think we should definitely go more for the Purple Bowl of Destiny style than kind of like pre-planned. What do you think?
I quite like a bit of both, because the thing is, picking out the new stuff. I have to try to get the good songs. I honestly have to go through about anything from 20 to 50 songs. If you're going to pick out a really outstanding song, it's probably about 1 in 50. Or very good song. There'll be about 3 or 4 good songs ish within the 50 as well. So it's worth trawling through just to find out some. I think it would be good to have a bit of a mixture. I like the element every now and then of just doing, say, 1 in 3, 1 in 4 songs of just the random ones, because then you never know what you're going to get. It's hot. I like the element, the fact that it's the new ones, so they're hot off the press. So yeah, they've literally just been released. And like tonight, we had that lady who's the Glitch 87.
Glitch 87.
Yeah, and basically, that's her first release, just released tonight, minutes before. So that's really quite exciting, and it's the very latest music. So we've got finger on the pulse there of what's happening in the music, and so I like a mixture of both. But I think we'll have to probably do it as a pre-recorded thing, and then maybe do a call in afterwards, or get some of the artists that are lined up. And so the other thing about lining up some songs is that we could then line up the artists to contact the show and call us afterwards and talk through a bit of the song. Yeah,
but then it's going to turn into a 5-hour show every week.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We'll need to talk about that further. Is where we want to keep our time frame at, right? If we want to keep our time frame for certain things, because obviously the 1s and 2s underground is is going to be out there, and that could be the format for the let's say pre-recorded and pre-suggested songs, where as opposed to you and I just kind of like roll off the cuff. We'll still talk about this for sure. However, once again, 4 hours, 16 minutes, 52 seconds into this conversation right now. I don't want to take another 10-minute break, but we got to go. We got to go.
We got to go. Yeah.
It's just that time, Jerry Seinfeld had said that in an interview one time, why he decided to finally leave the show. And he said, it's kind of like going out to dinner with friends. At some point, you have to ask for the check, right? So that's what we're going to do tonight, folks. We're going to ask for the check. We're going to say DJ X Tech and
Carlos Fandango.
Thank you for tuning in to the Underground Sound. We will have more updates for you coming up very shortly. For right now, I thank you all for tuning in, and keep on pumping out that music, no matter what you do. Don't let adversity get to you. If music is something that you love, definitely dig a little bit deeper and put it out there. And it doesn't necessarily have to be music as an art. Like, let's just say if you're an artist and you like to put paint on canvas, don't stop. Don't, believe in your dreams. Believe, even though a lot of people may call it a hobby, you may think of it as a passion. Definitely follow your passion. We need musicians and we need artists out there to keep the world going. Just imagine if the Beatles had given up before they made it big. Would be a dull place indeed, and we'd never know it.
Yep.
We would never know why.
Nope.
Signing off. This
See you
is
later, folks.
The Underground Sound. We will catch y'all next week, one way or another, whether it's pre-recorded or whether it's live. Thank you all for everybody that watched today, and any subscribers and fans that we picked up along the way today. Thank you very much for liking what we do. And that's all. Just like, share, and subscribe, and we will see you all soon. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.